Go again. I'm gonna fucking shoot myself. It does really feel like as soon as I hit stream, somebody just sits on a fucking wire. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Just strangles my fucking... You know, the fucking net neutrality thing, like, the whole argument for that was, like, you know, for that policy was that, it would allow, with the absence of it would allow, like, ISPs to throttle your internet. That's what it feels like is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, we're gonna try and do this again, but my patience is swiftly expiring. I will just stop after this one. Okay, for now we're fine. But, I mean, we know how this fucking goes. I might invest in Ethernet, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We are live.
We are live again.
For now.
Let me check. How satisfied are you with this notification? Very satisfied? Now piss off. What? What? What's got you hooping and hollering? Huh? Oh, you posted round 2. There you go.
Alright. Zero drop frames
Arken,
so
the
far.
American Productions.
Well, that's what I have on the first and second Star Wars videos. Okay, where's zero drop frames so far? We're sticking with it. Loudest keyboard noises I've ever heard. See? See? I fucking told you.
Listen, okay? Everyone who is new before I get to yapping instead of clacking gets to hear the clickety-clack. They get to hear me in the Matrix. They get to hear my abysmal 47 words per minute at like 200 decibels.
I love my fucking audience, man. How would we get fucking almost the entire... all of the viewers that we had, all 18 back, within 5 minutes of re-upload? That's just impressive.
Listen, you have a community who loves you, okay?
Apparently. Shit. Okay.
They want to stack donuts on it. I mean, what?
I'm gonna ignore that. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have been dealing with technical fucking issues, but for now we're fucking fine. I'm gonna stop swearing after this intro. For the
after these messages,
I'm gonna stop swearing right up until we get to the end, where I will be swearing.
Who wouldn't want to watch this train wreck?
Okay.
The Pershing is chronically online.
That's true. I came for the keyboard.
I came for the keyboard clacking.
Thank you, Aridas. Thank you. Okay.
No, is somebody called what question mark? Who is what question mark?
Who knows? Okay, back to business. Alright.
They have a Hold Fast Nations at War 2 clip on their YouTube channel. This is excellent.
Once again, for anybody who is reconnecting or didn't hear me say this before or couldn't hear me say this because of our wonderful technical issues, we have, and I'll speed it up for those of you who were already here. The previous 2 streams were good and fun, but we... Imagine trying to stream, but God said no. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so in the last 2 streams, it was fairly disorganized. We were mostly just ranting and raving about various things. We had a list that was vaguely organized. The first one was super vague. We had it in our DMs. The second was a little more organized, and we split it up between us, but still not great. So we spent a good portion of yesterday organizing this stream under the principle of we can't chase every single little thing, because if we try, then we will lose sight of the things that really matter and that are really worth focusing on. So that is precisely what we're going to do. I'm going to rattle off a list of things that I wrote down, that we both collectively wrote down yesterday, that have happened in the last 2 weeks. I don't expect it to take more than 15, maybe 20 minutes. probably less than 15, probably closer to 5 or 10. This list will be longer in the future because in the future we'll be adding stuff as it happens, but in this case, we just added things that we could remember. So, we're going to start on that right now, and a couple of these I'm going to spend a little bit of time on, but for the most part, I'm just going to breeze through them. So, how are we on? We have 0 drop frames, and just magically works now. Great. Okay. Rapid fire. Tulsi Gabbard, former Hawaii congressional Democrat and failed candidate for the 2020 Democratic primary, former, I believe, either chair or vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, DNC, renowned conspiracy theorist and Bashar al-Assad and Putin supporter and defender of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, has been appointed as Director of National Intelligence. This is a person that Russia Today has described as Putin's girlfriend. So, American security is in wonderful hands. Kash Patel, renowned conspiracy theorist and writer of the children's book about the Russia investigations called The Plot Against the King. We'll get to that. He has been confirmed as FBI director. Within his first 2 days, he published a list of political enemies a la Nixon. So we're in safe hands there, too. Dan Bongino, C-tier Republican podcaster and political commentator, has been appointed, I believe, deputy director. Last of the significant appointments, RFK Jr., son of RFK, Robert F. Kennedy, the brother of the former president, so JFK's nephew, essentially, has been confirmed Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. He is a renowned conspiracy theorist, anti-vaccine activist. What's funny is he's a leftist. He's an old 70s leftist, but he has made kind of an unholy alliance with the far right, since the far right and far left are increasingly becoming one and the same. He was successfully appointed and confirmed by the Senate as HHS Secretary. He is poised to roll back efforts and laws regarding mandatory vaccinations. Expect another pandemic soon. That's all the Senate confirmations, and I think those are most of the important ones that we're going to have to go through in this term. I'm sure there will be more at some point, but that's the first big wave pretty much done. The next thing I want to talk about, Trump called a meeting of governors. I don't necessarily know a whole lot about it or what it was about, but I know one of the things he asked was about their enforcement of a bill that Congress just recently passed and he signed that would prohibit transgender athletes from participating in professional sports, or at least playing in the gender that they are identifying as. He asked if the governor of Maine was there in the room. Governor of Maine confirmed her presence. And he asked her if she was going to comply with the order. She said no. He threatened her with a withdrawal of all federal funds until Maine enforces this ridiculous law. To which the governor of Maine, I was going to go find a clip, but today's been a busy day, to which the governor of Maine said, "I'll see you in court." Which is wonderful. I think we need a lot more of that kind of thing. And by the way, so we're all clear on what's going on, the trans athletes in Maine that are the subject of such controversy, there are 2 of them. There are 2. Not 20, not 200, 2. 2 people. One metric, me and Wilson. Only neither of us are trans, as far as I know.
As far as I'm aware. Hold on. Yeah. I gotta check something. Let me just
Go for it.
Everything's still good. We're good.
And says very merchandisable quote. I'm not sure. Oh, like I'll see you in court. Yes, it is.
I'll see you in court.
All right.
It's also a very American thing to say. I'll see you in court.
It is a very American thing to say. Okay, next. This is kind of this borders on celebrity drama, but given that he is the shadow president of the United States, it feels worth mentioning. Elon Musk, Prime Minister or Grand Vizier, or whatever you want to call him, Elon Musk, had a 13th kid by a 4th mother. She is a 26-year-old, another C-tier conservative podcaster and commentator and e-girl. Her name is Ashley St. Clair. She had this kid by him apparently 5 months ago, and apparently she decided to come clean about it because tabloids had caught on to it and were going to publish it. So she published this, and now she is in a very public legal fight to A, obtain full custody over the child, and B, get Elon to pay child support and, like, talk to her, which he is refusing to do. This feels worth mentioning to me because he is the most powerful person in the United States right now. So I say we call Elon Trump's region. I disagree. I think it's the other way around. Trump is Elon's region. Trump is just there because Elon can't legally be president because he wasn't born in the U.S. Anyway, that's Elon. I had something to say about that when I wrote it down yesterday, but I forgot what it was, so we're going to move on.
No, you were going to talk about the text real quick, and you were
oh, yes.
humanized.
I wanted to mention this, yes. So Ashley St. Clair, as part of this ongoing legal battle, posted some text she had before the election where she was asking him for some help of some kind. I don't remember what exactly. And he essentially said that he didn't want to do anything before the election was decided because after Trump, he was second in line for assassination. I thought it was worth mentioning because it, like Wilson said, it humanizes these people, and not in the, like, oh, they're so sympathetic kind of way, but more so they are pathetic. They're not that powerful. They're just people.
What's another Nimick quote that's applicable here? Authority is brittle?
Authority is brittle and oppression is the mask of fear. That's what I told you yesterday when I wrote this down. Oppression is the mask of fear. The reason I decided to bring this up is because I think this is worth... It's not worth dwelling on too long, but it's worth mentioning and moving along from. These people who are stripping away our liberties now, and now I get to the serious shit for the first time, these people who are proclaiming themselves the new American monarchy, and we'll get to that, are afraid of us. More than anything else.
Terrified of us.
More than anything else, and I'm repeating something that Wilson heard me say in a rant yesterday, so I apologize, Wilson. But this also, you might hear this in a future video, I'm not sure, but I'm testing it out here. Power fears nothing more than earnest and sustained resistance. Power wants you to lay down and roll over and not fight them. I read this, I think in the first stream that we did, the first Fireside chat, a book called On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder, excellent historian and a professor, I believe. And it was called 20 Lessons from the 20th Century. The first lesson was, do not obey in advance. Most of the power in authoritarianism is freely given. Don't. Do not teach power what it can do. Instead, teach power what it can't. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. I'm not going to dwell on this too long for now. We'll get back to it. But remember that, and you're probably going to hear it again in a future video.
There will be a test.
There will be a test, exactly. So take notes, kids. All right, 30 viewers. I'm very pleased with this.
32. Huzzah.
At 10:30 p or 11, right? 11:30 p.m. Eastern time. Not bad. Okay, another Elon one, and we'll move on from him because he's not really a subject of today very much. This is just a note. Elon and Trump did a joint press conference in the Oval Office. I think last week. Sometime in the last 2 weeks. And then either right before or right after that, they did a joint interview with, I want to say Brett Baier, but I don't remember. One of the, like, Neanderthal-faced Fox News hosts. I don't remember the name. He looks like he has something going on. But,
a deficiency.
This is worth mentioning, in my opinion, because it's unusual. Normally, the only people that the president will do joint interviews with is his vice president, his spouse, and foreign leaders. And sometimes either Senate or House leaders or, like, governors. So, in case it wasn't obvious enough who's really holding the power here. Moving on.
Mhm.
The AP, the Associated Press, my beloved. Was it Sean Hannity? Sean Hannity did the interview. Okay, I'm thinking of a different interview than Brett Baier did. Yeah, Sean Hannity. Now that I think about it, you're right. Quick swig of water. My throat already hurts. It's gonna be a long night. Okay. The AP is suing the White House due to being banned from the White House. For now, the lawsuit has been stopped, and I'm going to show the display capture here. A federal judge heard arguments Monday afternoon in the Associated Press lawsuit against 3 staff members of President Donald Trump, whose administration has barred the news agency from presidential events on the basis of bias. This is because they refuse to use this ridiculous Gulf of America thing that they're trying to push. Next. There have been, and we will get back to this again, there have been mass resignations at the Department of Justice over the quid pro quo scandal involving New York Mayor Eric Adams, who was convicted of taking, I believe, Turkish money for, again, quid pro quo, for some favors, I think for, was it Turkish Airlines or something like that? Or the Turkish government? At any rate.
It was Turkey and Egypt. Egypt, literally gave...
No, Egypt, I think you're thinking of it related. You're thinking of Bob Menendez, who is a senator from New Jersey, but that was last year. That's old news.
The literal bars of gold.
Yeah, that's a different story. But so Eric Adams, the once very popular mayor, at my understanding of New York, has been embroiled in this scandal for the last several months. Trump has asked the Department of Justice to drop the case against him on the basis that the mayor, Eric Adams, will help him with his deportation efforts, which is an obvious quid pro quo, meaning just something for something, in other words. Very clearly holding the sword of Damocles of he's going to be prosecuted over him. So long as you follow our orders, we won't prosecute you. And I wasn't going to talk too much longer about this, but I feel like this is worth some kind of a note about how the Department of Justice is now... It is being weaponized against Trump's political enemies, but it is also refusing to bring lawsuits against Republicans. Trump in his first term was reportedly very confused as to why the DOJ was prosecuting Republicans, because in his mind, being a wannabe dictator, and now, let's be honest, just a dictator, he understands that the Department of Justice should be a tool, a hammer, that he wields against the Democrats, his opponents, and restrains from his allies, the Republicans. The governor of New York apparently has a power that I was not aware of and that seems very bizarre, but apparently the governor of New York State has the ability to remove the mayor of the city of New York. Which I guess kind of makes sense, since most of the population of the state is in the city, and the governor should, after all, be above the mayor. So I suppose it's a way of establishing power over them. So Governor Kathy Hochul, is it Hochul? I don't know, I think it's Hochul. H-O-C-H-U-L. So, yeah, okay. Kathy Hochul is threatening him with removal because if the Department of Justice isn't going to do their job, then she will. And then, the inspiration for the title of this video, around the same time, the White House Twitter account posted something, and I'm going to pull it up, that said, let me have it open here. Here, I will show it. Congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. President Donald J. Trump. And they posted this, obviously, AI-generated, Time magazine-inspired poster. Quick bit of background. Congestion pricing is a policy that was put in place not even 2 months ago in Manhattan, certain parts of Manhattan, that essentially put a $9 toll on driving through those streets. It was meant to encourage more use of public transit, and it worked. Like, instantly, like the next day after it was put into place, or even the same day, traffic times on major congested routes, hence the name congestion pricing, was halved or more. And use of public transit increased, and streets that used to be filled with loud, smelly, honking, dangerous cars were mostly empty. New urbanism in action. And it has been extraordinarily popular. 6 in 10 New Yorkers, I have a post. 6 in 10 New Yorkers say they like it and want it to continue. But Trump, apparently through some loophole or some formal rule, the Department of Transportation has the ability to stop this policy, since it's interstate. I believe Manhattan has roads going into New Jersey, so it has federal oversight because it's interstate commerce. So he's directing the DOT to stop this policy. Governor Kathy Hochul goes up and says, we rejected a king 250 years ago in New York, and we'll do it again. Which inspired me to post this, which is now my new pinned tweet, and shameless promotion for the video, which I might discuss toward the end of the stream.
All in good time.
But yes, Donald Trump, long live the king. Welcome to the new American monarchy. We'll be back to that toward the end of the stream.
No.
After some messages. We'll be back to that at the end of the stream. I have many things to say about that. Moving on. And this is the one I wanted to spend, I don't know if the most time on, but the most attention to, at least.
The end result of the fraud and abuse that has been discovered.
Shut up, Congressman. I'm sorry, I'm opening CNN articles here, and they just immediately start playing. I wish they would not do that. And by the way, of course, when I'm tabbed out, even though it wouldn't let me do it yesterday, because it's just my luck, right? So, I found 4 separate incidents. There may be more, but I found 4 of them, all within the last couple days, last few days, where Republican congressmen will go back to their home districts and do town hall events and listen to their constituents, who, by the way, are mostly old, Republican voters. And they will be asked questions about Trump's tyranny. And I'll show you those clips in a second. 2 in Wisconsin, 1 in Georgia, and 1 in Missouri. GOP congressmen. And this crowd of elderly Republican voters, presumably mostly Republican, I'll show you the voting numbers in these districts. And this is the last point of the summary before we get into the main things. We will use this and smoothly transition into the discussion about Ukraine, which will take a good half hour, I think. And they were met with this response. I'll just show you. Oh, I muted the site. Whoops.
The end result of the fraud and abuse that has been discovered already.
In Wisconsin, constituents showered 2 Republican congressmen with booze in 2 contentious town halls.
He's getting rid of the DEI.
At the town halls, Elon Musk's role in the Trump White House.
I have not watched this entire clip. I'm tired of this shit. I love this fucking guy.
At the town halls,
It's
Elon
truly
Musk's
heartwarming.
role in the
It is
Trump White
heartwarming
House
It really is.
was a
see.
concern.
Are you going to subpoena him at some point? Or after you're done with the budget or whatever, are you willing to use your subpoena power to say, Trump,
It
sorry,
tickles
Musk,
something
come
deep
in
in the
here,
bowels.
stand in front of Congress and answer some hard questions.
Certainly the discussion
Scott
in and
Fitzgerald is
around
his name.
Doge, and with the probationary moves that have already been.
Okay, I know this is unprofessional, but I'm not going to go and pull up the image. Okay, maybe I will. But, no, I won't. But this guy looks like one of the fish people from The Shadow over Innsmouth. That's all I'm going to say.
No, you're kidding.
All I'm going to say, and then I'm going to move on. I'm going to keep playing the clip.
And done. They're going to have to be scrutinized at some point.
I would like
Hold
to
on.
know
Wait,
what you
they
feel.
show the clip where Elon's Pizza Hut code son tells Trump to shut the fuck up, Lamau.
Yes. Hang on a sec.
In this issue of an unelected person having so much power.
I don't think Elon Musk, he doesn't have the power to do anything. But President Trump does not sign off.
Ukraine, also a topic of discussion, with Congressman Scott Fitzgerald disagreeing with President Trump's false claim that Ukraine started the war.
No, Ukraine didn't start the war.
Have you expressed your opinion to Trump?
To Donald Trump, no.
Congressman Fitzgerald then pivoted to
Rep.
defending
Scott
Trump.
I
Fitzgerald.
don't think that the president's goals are not what everybody wants, which is to end the war.
According to CNN affiliate
Seeing an older man correctly pronounced Doge is so weird.
It is.
spoke up at Congressman Fitzgerald's town hall.
Do you feel hurt after
guys,
today?
you don't even know, man.
So as we go through these, I'm not going to bother with the other guy. We don't have the time for it. But Scott Fitzgerald is
Not our problem.
Scott Fitzgerald is the representative for Wisconsin's 5th District, which has voted Republican in every statewide election, with the lowest Republican margin being 60%, the lowest ever in the last 16 years. 60% Republican. And Senator, Ron Johnson. So they have very heavily Republican district, right? And if you look at the hair color, I hate to say this, but if you look at the hair color of the people in that room, they're mostly silver-haired, or somewhere on the grayscale at least. These are old people, which is not... I'm not trying to disparage old people or whatever, that's fine. But old people, historically and now, tend to vote for right-wingers, which in this case is the Republican Party. The fact that they are turning out so... look at this Cook Partisan Voter Index. Republican plus 14. That's insane. They have had a Republican representative since 2003.
They're getting what they paid for, as far as I'm concerned.
They are, but it's also worth mentioning, it's easy for us smug liberals to go and say, oh, they're getting what they deserve. And, I mean, yeah, they are. But at the same time, also, what a unit.
What a unit.
Yeah. But it's also worth having a little bit of sympathy. I'm not so much in the mindset of with malice toward none anymore, because we kind of tried that before, and it didn't work, obviously. But at the same time, when people turn against him, we should celebrate that. To that end, here's another one from Georgia, and I actually have this information from yesterday, so I'll show you his district as well.
Georgia.
Tyranny is rising in the White House, and a man has declared himself our king. So I would like to know, rather,
Georgia.
the people would like to know what you, congressmen, and your fellow congressmen are going to do to rein in the megalomaniac in the White House.
Now watch this. A standing ovation for I think about 10 full seconds from this room full of elderly, probably mostly Republican voters. And they're... just watch. I will stop talking. I will let the clip play. The whole room. They sit down, and he speaks.
I'm not going to give you my best foghorn leghorn response to that. But what I was, you can go ahead and sit down. Thank you. When you talk about tyranny, when you talk about presidential power, I remember having the same discussion with Republicans when Biden was elected.
When have you seen this kind of open animosity
The funny
for
thing
Republican
is,
politics?
the funny thing is,
And I went and found out where he's from. What's his name? His name is, what is his fucking name? Rich McCormick. Rich McCormick, who is a Republican representative from Georgia. He's fairly new. He is in, what is now the 7th District, which has not voted for a Democrat since, so Here.
I think it was the 70s?
No, that was the Missouri one. We'll get to that. So the lowest Republican result they had ever in any statewide election again since 2008 was at 59%. But this is a redistricting. So his old district was the 6th district, which is now blue. But if we can find... They might have changed the name, so it might not represent this now. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so they merged it with something else or added a new one. Okay, so that point is moved. Either way, the district he's in now has not voted for a Democrat in 16 years. And they get this kind of response. Here, what's the Cook Political Index that we saw earlier? That would be a useful, I think, metric. This is interesting. It says D plus 10, even though this. Odd. I don't know. Maybe this one isn't as surprising. I don't know. But then again, I mean, look at this shit. 65% that they elected him. 65%.
Wild.
All right. There's more.
Is the funny thing is you're sitting here and
Will this
a
anger
lot of
move
you would
over
probably
to the
say those
2026 midterms? Voters are quick to forget. Who knows? If it continues to affect their lives, their liberties, and their pocketbooks, it might stay.
Also, I wanted to address how far in the stream are we? Not very. We are finishing up the initial section of the stream where we are discussing all of the relatively important news events that have happened in the last 2 weeks since the previous stream, and then we will get on to our 5 major points that we have written out and outlined pretty well. We are going to try to maintain this format for the future. 37 viewers, best numbers we've had so far, so I guess you all like it. Sounds good. And
we did a brief overview. We'll get to waffling
my
here
internet
in a minute, folks.
is actually working for once. Let's pray it sticks around for another couple hours. This is honestly kind of another major point that I wanted to talk about these town halls, and I'll get to my conclusions from this in a second. I want to finish this clip and watch another, and then I will waffle a little bit, and then we'll talk about Ukraine.
January 6s who are yelling just as loud as you, who are upset just like you. I don't think executive privilege should be as strong as it is. I think we're out of balance right now. I think your direct representation, whether you like me or not, I'm the closest thing you have to a representative. Your senator's not going to be as representative as me. And in the
By the way, this is not relevant to anything serious, but you know I'm not you know how I dress. Like you know I don't give a fuck about clothing. I'm not the men's warehouse guy. But what is this outfit he has going on? The gray suit jacket with the collared shirt and looks like a tie, but then he's wearing what appears to be like some kind of cargo pants and sneakers. I know it's a town hall event, not the floor of Congress, but come on, dude. Have some fucking class.
The president's not going to be as representative as me when it comes to you, the people in this district. Likewise, I think state government needs to be more powerful than federal
type drip.
It used to be that federal funds only made up 1/3 of the money spent, and states was 2/3. It's more representative of your money and your money spent. That's better. Always push government down to the local level because you'll get better representation. I didn't want
waffling.
Do you not want
People
to hear?
People are just jeering him. Point taken. Last one, and we'll move along. This is in Belton, Missouri. This is the one. Only I don't remember his. I want to just look up the congressman, Mark Alford. Mark Alford. He is a U.S. representative in Missouri's 4th district, with a Republican index of plus 23. They have not again voted for a Democrat majority in 16 years or longer. The lowest Republican result there in 16 years is 53% for an auditor. And then that's an outlier because the next lowest is 58%. The next lowest after that is 60. And almost all of them are in the 65 to 70 range. Now, let's go to the presidential election results because I don't remember where I found this, but I sent you something or other. Interesting. Was it Belton? Was it the county, I think?
It was, yes.
So it was We're doing some live research, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, though.
Real journalism right here.
Cass County, Missouri. Here it is. Politics. This is where this town hall is taking place. Or the presidential elections, federal. The last time that these people voted for a Democrat was the year of our Lord, 1976. My mother would not be born for another year after the last time they voted for a Democrat. This is a district that voted for Trump by 65% 3 times in a row. Now watch.
Congressman Mark Alford this morning turned into a shouting match. KMBC 9's Krista Tatchell was at that meeting and joins us now with those details. Krista, what was the meeting supposed to be for?
Yeah, Kelly, at this coffee shop behind me in Belton, these meetings are town halls. They're supposed to be civil discussions. They're held by representatives very upset about what's being asked. We have some of that video.
Yes, I'm seeing others. It's 100.
Fielded questions in the pack shop this morning in a 2-hour town hall. He represents 770,000 people in 24 counties in this district, mostly rural and conservative. About 150 of them showed up today, some wanting to hear his responses about trimming.
And again, look at the age of these people. Do you see a single face here that could conceivably be under 40? Because I don't. Maybe one of these people over on the right.
The federal workforce. Some who have been laid off in the cuts were there, and many couldn't even get in and line the sidewalk. People we spoke with said they had a hard time getting any answers through all the shouting.
Government employees are going to be let go, and that's just the reality of it. And I feel bad if people have been laid off. I truly do.
It's a little frustrating not to be able to hear what he's got to say and his ideas. And be able to say, hey, this is something that you may need to look at one way or another.
That's the end of the relevant section, I believe. Now, I know what the instinctive response to this is. I know it's like, oh, it's 150 people, who cares? Town halls, who cares? Somebody said something interesting here. I only really consider this substantive if we had previous town halls to compare and contrast with common attendees and discuss points. At the end of the day, it's only one room of people, and that's true. And if it was only one room, then I would agree. But it's 4 now. I think 5. I couldn't find a video, but I saw something or other about a California Republican having the same response. So 4 or 5, and there's probably more that I haven't heard about. And the more this, rule in journalism, one time something happens, it's an incident. Something happens twice, it's a coincidence. Something happens 3 times, it might be a pattern. Not always, but once you hit 3, it might indicate a pattern. And the more subsequent examples you get, the more likely it is that there is a pattern there. I think this is worth discussing. We will talk about this subject later, about the election, and how that's all going to go, and if it's going to go at all. The 2026 and 2028 elections are this country's last chance for a very long time. If this anger is real, if this anger is reflected repeatedly for the next 2 and then 4 years, if all of these Republican voters finally have the illusion broken, then maybe we can be behind this. I don't believe that, because believing that and then being wrong would hurt too much. But I want to believe it. I want to believe that people can learn from their mistakes. That's all it is. Though, Harrison, you are mistaken. Trump does not have a plus 50 approval rating. He did for like a few days right before his inauguration. Here's from Reuters 8 hours ago. 44% according to Reuters, which, and so you understand, his approval started here, and now it's just plummeted. It's only been a month. Let's see how this continues. And there's other Trump favorability is a slightly different question, and it's a little bit lower. Or there's a little bit higher. Unfavorable, 48%. So it's not above 50%. He is getting more unpopular. What absolutely cannot happen is for it to stay at these numbers. I do agree with that. 48 to 49 is just not a sustainable metric for us. This is good. His approval has gone down since the previous polling period, and hopefully it goes down again in the next polling period. We can hope. If it stays at these margins, then no, it's not a decisive repudiation of him and his style of politics. You're right. But if it keeps getting worse, and it will keep getting worse, the situation will keep getting worse. If his approval rating keeps reflecting the terrible job he's doing as president, we might have our one and only real shot at unseating him here. So that's the last of our rapid fire points. I got through that we've been live for, 40 minutes. Probably about 30 of that was spent on this. Longer than I thought we'd be done in like 10 minutes, but I spent quite a while on the New York thing and the Republican representatives.
There is yet more waffling to be done, it would seem.
There is more waffling to be done. Let me have my display capture off.
Call us a fucking Waffle House at this point.
Call us an original pancake house.
The original house of pancakes, as opposed to the international one.
Yep.
Which is what I'm stuck with.
So, now here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. I said we would do a quick rapid-fire summary of everything that's happened, and then
that was it.
Some main points. We're going to get into the main points now, and I'm going to prepare a list here, and I'm going to pin it. Here's the list. We're going to talk about Ukraine. I'll write it in the German elections, military purges, and I'll leave this here. I wish you could shift enter in Google here, or in the YouTube stream chat, but CPAC and democratic response. I also have this written out on the Discord server, so you guys can keep track of where we are there. At some point, I want to install some kind of a graphic thing that tracks where we are in our outline. But
we'll
another
get more
day.
high tech.
And Aodas, thank you for the $1, much appreciated. Okay, do you want to take this one or do I want to take this one? I've been talking for a long time.
The Ukraine?
Yes.
Well, not the Ukraine. The Ukraine segment. The war in Ukraine. The war in the East. The war in Donbass. Sure. Oh, yeah, the CPAC one's going to be fun.
That's what inspired the title of this. We'll get to that.
Oh, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, heading right into it. Ukraine. Hey, guess what? The 4-year anniversary of the war was yesterday.
3. Yeah.
3-year war. I'm sorry. 3-year anniversary of the war was yesterday. And to kind of start off this segment, I had a friend text me, and they were like, dude, I was a sophomore in high school when the war started. I'm graduating, and it's still going on. And I was like, man.
I hadn't yet graduated. I was in my last semester of high school.
Yeah, I know. So, first on the docket, Putin and Trump are going to have state visits of each other. Or at the very least, they were. I don't know. Some things happened literally yesterday that might have changed that.
Today.
Or today and yesterday. Well, there was a statement yesterday.
I stayed up like a madman till 6 a.m. Pacific time, which is morning in the East, and especially, afternoon in Europe. So, yeah, today this happened. We'll get to it. And I'm going to, here. This is a tweet, but I want to find a better. Here. I'll just keep talking.
President.
Oh wait, I want a. I don't want a video. I just want a. Here it is. The AP. I'll have the display capture on. I'll let you keep talking.
Yeah, no. So, Like, last week, Trump announced that whenever he or his representatives were coming back from Saudi Arabia, from the quote-unquote Saudi Arabian peace talks, that he and Putin were going to have state visits of each other at some point to be determined, but it was supposed to be early March, apparently, if my memory serves. So that's awesome. And then encompassing that, Pete Hegseth completely ruled out Ukraine and NATO and the pre-2014 border. And that all happened at the same time.
I have a video for us. Yeah, if you want me to show it.
Go ahead.
Also, before I do, first of all, thank you for $5. I much appreciate. I miss you too. Pew Pew Archive says shot at what? He's in for 4 years. That's true. But what I'm talking about is he's in for 4 years. But the question is what happens in 2028. And we're going to get to that. That is the title of the video. We are going to, or the stream, we're going to get to it toward the end. I want to talk about foreign policy things first, since that's been all the big news lately. But it's what happens after the 4 years. Our one and only shot at getting out of this mess and getting back to something resembling normal and decent is if the American people en masse turn against this administration. Now, I don't know that that will happen. It might not. I have reason to believe that it will, and I have reason to believe that it won't. Here's hoping.
Too many variables.
I wanted to show the clip.
Yeah, show the clip.
Rolling now.
We want, like you,
Is it a NATO
sovereign
summit?
and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops.
So there's that. I'll let you keep talking.
So, yeah. So let's get into this real quick. So, last week, in a move that I could only call as Trump having a fucking... Oh, what was the dude's name? What was dude's name? I just forgot. Munich conference. British Prime Minister. What was his name?
Keir Starmer?
No. Munich conference.
You said the British Prime Minister. That is Keir Starmer.
Before Churchill.
Oh, from the original Munich conference. Not William. Chamberlain. His name is Chamberlain.
Chamberlain. Yeah, in a move where I can only describe Trump having his fucking Neville Chamberlain moment. He holds peace talks in Saudi Arabia with the Crown Prince and Russian officials where he excludes Ukraine from the peace conference. And that peace conference concluded early yesterday at the 3-year anniversary, where the Kremlin put out a statement saying, there will be no peace with Ukraine unless it capitulates to all of our points. Because while those peace talks were going on, the president on his Truth Social made this absolutely heinous tweet, post-truth. I don't know what that thing is called. Do you have it? I'll get it. I'll read it aloud. You can video capture it.
What are you looking for in particular?
The Trump tweet, quote unquote, about the shit that he said about Ukraine.
That doesn't narrow it down as much as I think you think it does.
The most recent one. It was literally on his Truth Social, where he calls Zelensky a dictator.
I was going to get to that later, but all right, we can get to that now. Actually, I don't have it on the list. That is very surprising. I am disappointed at myself. I will find it. Trump called Zelensky a dictator. I won't find the tweet, but here's BBC. Should be good enough, right?
Here it is. I got it right here. I got the tweet right here. You can screen capture this fucking tweet.
Send it over.
Posted. It's processing. I'll read it out. Think of it. A modestly succspecial comedian, Volodymyr Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending into spending. I'm gonna go with it because I can't take it seriously. I cannot read this shit seriously.
Fair
it's
enough.
disgraceful.
Go ahead. Go for it.
Talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won, that never had to start with, but a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump,
in
all caps, in quotes,
for some fucking reason,
Trump will never be able to settle. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed.
By the way, so I can go find the fucking statistics, but I won't. I can't be bothered. That's not true. Europe has spent about Europe has spent to date about $14 billion more than we have. We've spent roughly the same amount, both around 120 million or a billion, but blatantly false. Please go on.
No. Well, Europe's money is guaranteed, and the United States will get nothing back. By the way, pause that note. Fucking, the president hosted the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, in the White House yesterday, where where Trump tried to say this exact same lie. This exact same lie, and Macron was like, no, we're not getting that money back. That's not a loan. No, that's gifted to Ukraine in perpetuity.
Here it is. I won't play the clip because we've played enough clips in the last few minutes, but Trump said Europe is loaning money to Ukraine, and Macron replies, no, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total effort.
Yeah. I fucking love Macron. Anyway.
He's awesome.
Why didn't sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization in that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us? We have a big, beautiful ocean of separation.
Can't fucking...
What? I don't... On top of this, Zelensky admits half of the money we sent to him is missing. In air quotes. Like... No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
He didn't what?
He refuses to have elections, is very low in Ukrainian polls, and the only thing he was good at was playing Biden, quote, like a fiddle. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast, or he's not going to have a country left. So it would actually, real quick, another point, it would actually be illegal for Ukraine to hold an election.
Constitution, yes.
Because the Rada declared martial law at the request of fucking Zelensky at the beginning of this war. And not to mention, not only would it be illegal from a legal point of view, it would be illegal from a constitutionality point of view, because there's like 9 million Ukrainian citizens that are under Russian occupation, and another 5 million abroad who wouldn't be able to cast a vote.
I think it's the other way around, but yes, about, I think, 10 to 15 million Ukrainians total are either internally displaced, refugees in other countries, or under Russian occupation. It would be like holding. So the U.S. is constitutionally required to hold elections even during wartime, and we did during the Civil War. Let me show you how that election went. Look at this shit.
While he's looking that up real quick.
Here's what happens when half of the country is not able to vote because they are under occupation. You have this. A ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah. I don't
want to read the rest of this, but I want to say something about this. About Zelensky being a dictator and all this. He refuses to have elections. It's a very common Russian talking point. Because it's true, had there not been a war, I believe they also have elections every 4 years, 4 or 5 years. But either way, he was elected in 2019, so it's been a while. His term has expired. Like a third of Ukraine's citizens are displaced. Many of them are dead. Many of them are under Russian occupation. He is low in Ukrainian polls, that's true. Small caveat to that. The most favored opponent in any theoretical election is Valery Zaluzhny, who is the former chief of the armed forces. He had a rift with Zelensky when he said that the war had turned into a stalemate. He is a war hawk. He wants to lower the conscription age from 25 to 18, and he is currently serving as ambassador to the UK. He's polling at about 40% in theoretical elections. He'd win. He would be even more aggressive against Russia. So you know what? Let's fucking do it. And Zelensky, by the way, good guy Zelensky. Good guy Zelensky. He's not perfect. I know his internal policies aren't always great, but what did he say with response to this? He said, if stepping down is what I have to do to end the war, then I will step down tomorrow. And that is how an honorable man, let alone an honorable and competent leader, acts. That is how a person who truly cares about his country acts. Mm-hmm. He is genuinely one of these politicians, one of these rare types, especially in Eastern Europe, who genuinely just wants what's best for the people. I think Joe Biden is one of these. I don't think he did the best job that he could have, and he made a lot of really bad mistakes, namely running a second time. That was stupid and foolish and selfish and egotistical. But I've always gotten the sense, even back before he won me over, I always got the sense that he really wants what's best for people. He just wants to make the country better. He didn't always succeed, but he always wanted to. He's one of these very genuine politicians. Zelensky is like that. He is many, many things, but he is not a dictator. He's just a man who was elected. He was a comedian, man. Do you remember that? He was a fucking comedian.
I remember that. I probably was one of the extremely few Americans that knew that Ukraine existed prior to Crimea, and it probably was entirely because of, like, surfing on YouTube, thinking I came across, Russian funny thing. And no, it's Vladimir Zelensky with 2 MAC-10s mowing down people in a comedy skit. And I was like, whoa, that's so cool. They do shit so wild over there in Russia. A few years passes, I'm like, oh no, that's Ukraine. I didn't know that country existed.
Zelensky,
you know what I mean?
Was doing good things before the war. He was fighting corruption, blah, blah, blah. But the war really transformed him in the span of like a month. He is a wartime leader. And it's strange because of all people, you'd think you want a general or an admiral or something like that in a leadership position at the start of a total war. And yet, this comedian, I really think is the best man for the moment. Like, Winston Churchill was not a good prime minister. Like, he sucked. His actual policies were terrible. But he was the right man to stand up to Hitler. Mm-hmm. No one else could do it in the UK. Or if they could, they didn't. He was the one person who stood up and said, no, we're not going to let Hitler take over all of Europe. I do view Zelensky like a modern Churchill minus the Bengal famine.
Yeah.
And the adultery.
Legitimately good dude. But no, continuing with Ukraine here. So, a lot of what we had wrote last night was going to be a complete and utter, like, condemnation of the United States and U.S. HICOM to do anything about Ukraine. And when we wrote this, all of this, like I'm about to go into a point where the United States a delegate at the United Nations, voted with Russia, Belarus, and North Korea against a resolution condemning the war. I was about to launch into that. But there is something to be said about Ukraine with stuff that happened literally today. So all of this has been happening. We've been talking about all of this. All of this stuff has been happening. And then what comes out today, we hear that Zelensky is apparently headed to the White House this upcoming Friday to sign a deal with Trump over quote-unquote mineral rights in Ukraine. And what does Trump say? What does Trump say that Ukraine gets out of this? He said $350 billion and the ability to continue to fight. There's a lot to be said as to what's going on here. There's a YouTuber that I watch, a guy by the name of Ryan Macbeth. Now, I quite like him. I'm going to talk about him for just a moment. He posted a video where he kind of hat in hands, kind of just put his face in his palms and read out what Trump said what Trump said on his True Social, calling Zelensky a dictator, and just kind of doing his best to try to, I don't want to say defend the president's actions, but yeah, make sense of it. Because what was this guy, Ryan Macbeth, doing? He was in Europe. He was in Romania. He was going to a NATO exercise. He was there to help represent the United States. Doing what? I don't know. I believe it was something to do with information warfare, which is his specialty. But that's neither here nor there. Right? One of the things that he said that I thought was a way too optimistic of an appraisal of the situation was Trump has run casinos and he knows gamblers and he knows addicts and he knows addicted gamblers, and Putin is an addicted gambler.
That's true.
So he posited, very sparingly might I add, because again, he rails for, like, the video is called "Why Did Trump Lie About Ukraine?" or "Why Did Trump Lie About Zelensky?" And for the 8-minute runtime, he's basically just aghast, saying that half of what the president said is indefensible under any other context. And the only reasoning that he can provide as to why the president said this is to basically show some white to Putin, force him to go all in, and say that he has no choice now, that his hands are tied so that he can whip congressional Republicans into backing his agenda or something to that degree. Where this mineral deal was to, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, to get people on board that he didn't have on board already, or something to that. Or to get Putin to commit so that we can hit him with the good old 1-2 knockout, red, white, and blue.
Which, respectfully, is a load of bullshit. I mean, I understand that that's how he'd explain it if it was Trump and he was talking in private. I'm sure he'd say some nonsense like that, only he doesn't need to convince congressional Republicans, because congressional Republicans, the vast majority of them, or at least a sizable plurality, are very pro-Ukraine. The Republican majority in the Senate is by 3 people out of 100, and the Republican majority in the House is also by, I think, 2 or 3 people. So all he needs is 2 or 3 Republicans to support this. And I can name you the ones who would support this. In the Senate, there's tons of them. But in the House, I can name 3 in particular who I keep seeing on my Twitter feed constantly. They are Joe Wilson of South Carolina, Brian Fitzpatrick, who I think was the Wisconsin guy we saw earlier. And there is a third one, but his name escapes me right now. Looks very similar to Joe Wilson. But Republican Congress people who are very pro-Ukraine. America is very pro-Ukraine. It's like 60 or 70% of Americans want aid to continue. 80 or 90%, I saw a poll the other day, 80 or 90% of Americans hate Putin. And why wouldn't they? He's awful. He's an evil, crazy man.
Yeah.
So I don't believe... I never believed in 4D chess, even when it benefits me.
But for right now, after we had wrote all this up, about to go like, oh great, here we go with Ukraine. And now we've got Russia going all in for the umpteenth billion time, with Zelensky folding on some mineral deal, and now the arsenal of democracy opened right back up again. So who knows? Is this going to be another forever war? Is Trump going to realize that his best buddy Putin doesn't want to play ball with him anymore? Or he... What? I don't know. I would be loath to think that this would finally be a moment of clairvoyance for the president. Or maybe his conversation with Macron snapped him out of it. I don't know. But here's the thing, folks. And here's what we're going to get to here in a minute.
Macron does have sauce, that's true.
Macron does have sauce. Right? Here's the deal. Here's what we're going to get to in a minute. The United States, in the course of a month and a half, has destroyed its station in Europe. Europe doesn't trust us anymore. In the world, yeah. But Europe especially.
That's true.
And we're about to see the consequences of that. We're going to pivot real quick. We're going to go back to Arken. We're going to talk about the German elections, which is pretty much in direct response to the United States. I would think so.
We're not.
There's not much... We're not?
There's 2 points. They shouldn't take long. You mentioned that Russia refused any ceasefire. So yes, this was this morning. The Kremlin made a statement that essentially it would not agree to any ceasefire terms, regardless of whatever conditions that Ukraine agrees to. So unconditional surrender is what they demanded. And so that happened this morning. And then yesterday, there was a UN resolution on the 3rd anniversary of the war in Ukraine, the start of the war. There was a UN resolution to condemn the Russian invasion. Now get this. This isn't super important, but it's funny. So Russia, Belarus, North Korea, Eritrea, a few other countries vote for it. Or vote against it, I mean. Which makes sense. Now there were 3 surprises. Israel, which... There is all sorts of news coming out of Israel right now. I have decided not to talk about it because if I start, I am literally never going to finish. But Israel voted against the resolution condemning the war, showing once and for all how they feel about Russia and Putin and Ukraine. And the United States of fucking America voted against a condemnation of the war. Utterly absurd. If you told Reagan he would grab a shotgun and find whoever's responsible for this. If you told any Reagan Republican that this was happening, or that this would happen, 40 years ago, they would tell you you're being insane. How is that possible? Oh yeah, Hungary, of course. Hungary is just Russia. But the funniest thing that happened with this, Serbia, longtime Russian ally, voted for the resolution. Then, when the Serbian people became outraged, the president, Aleksandar Vučić, came home and said, "Sorry guys, I was tired. I voted yes by accident." Which is I sent you last night right before bed.
Yeah, you did.
So, there's the, there's the UN vote. That's Ukraine. Now I want to talk about the German elections. So, 2 days, I guess I'll take this one. 2 days ago, the Germans had an election. As I recall, it is an early election. It was supposed to be a year or two from now. But Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor, the the Social Democratic Party Chancellor of Germany. His coalition fell apart last year, and he thus decided to call a new election. Now, a brief introduction to German politics. Let me go find the Wikipedia article for visuals. Where are we? Come on, Wikipedia, don't fail me. Now, there it is. So, let's have a basic introduction to the parties in Germany, or the previous election. The SPD, Social Democratic Party, is the oldest continuously operating party in Germany, as far as I know. It has been active since 1875. It went underground during the Nazi years, and came back after denazification. They are generally considered the main left-wing party in Germany, although if you actually look at a list of German chancellors, we'll skip this part. If you look at the modern German Republic and count up, I actually did this a few days ago, despite being considered one of the two main parties, the SPD has a very short governing history. In the entire time since the German Republic was founded, they governed for about close to 13 years between these two guys, Willy Brandt and Helmut Schmidt. They governed for 7 years under Gerhard Schroeder, and 16. This is not Merkel. And barely 3 years under Olaf Scholz. So if we add that up, they've only been in power for like 23 years in the entirety of modern German history. So just Angela Merkel and like Helmut Kohl combined are more time in government than the SPD has ever been. So they've almost always been an opposition party. They have at times coalitioned with the CDU, which is the Christian Democratic Party, considered the center-right party, generally speaking. They are the party of fiscal, not conservatism per se, but fiscal caution, moderate social reform. They are centrists in the most literal sense. Green Party doesn't need any explanation. They're a Green Party. The FDP, Freie Demokratischen Partei, I can't speak German, they're basically the kind of quasi-libertarians, neoliberals. There's the Left Party, which is the successor to the old East German leftist parties, kind of in the name. And there is the Alternative für Deutschland, Alternative for Germany, which Wikipedia describes it well. A far-right, right-wing populist national conservative party in Germany. Pro-Russian, opposes immigration, especially Muslims. So, traditionally, the SPD and CDU have been the main parties in Germany. Since reunification, these minor parties have also had some sway. 2025 was weird. Because look at this. Friedrich Merz, likely to be the next Prime Minister, or Chancellor of Germany, won. Barely. And they won 25% of the vote. Or 28% of the vote. The AfD, which formerly only got 10%, doubled their vote count to 20.8% of the population. They are now the second largest party in Germany. Now, I do think the Germans have learned something since the 30s. Because in 1930, the exact same thing happened. The Nazi Party went from 12 seats to almost, actually more than 100, with about 20% of the vote. Second largest party. Not in government. Let's get back in my throat. There we go. That should be better. Not in government, but the second largest party and very popular. And the next election, they won a plurality of the seats. I'm very afraid of this happening in Germany. They're not Nazis per se, but they're very Nazi adjacent, and in my opinion, that's bad enough. Alice Weidel. Now, this is really funny, because they are Nazi-adjacent white supremacists, yet this is a lesbian woman whose partner is, I believe, Sri Lankan or Indian. Which is incredible. The SPD has totally collapsed, the Greens suffered, the left did remarkably well, and the FDP did so badly that they're out of government for only the second time since the founding of the German Republic. So that's your general overview of what happened in Germany on what was it, Sunday? Yeah, on Sunday. I want to briefly explain the... apparently we have tea. I'll go get some after I finish talking about... I will finish talking about it soon. And then I will go get tea, and we will return and we will talk about the military. So, despite being center-right, and having tacked towards some of the anti-immigration stuff that the AFD stands for, the Christian Democrats, along with every single other elected party in Germany, has established a firewall agreement to bar the AFD from government, meaning under no circumstances will any other party coalition with them. Of course, if they win an outright majority, then they're fucked. But for so long as they cannot win an outright majority, right now, every major party refuses to coalition with them. Which is why the most likely government coalition to take over Germany is the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats, which is really funny, considering they just got thrashed worse than they have in... actually, I heard it was their... I saw... it was their worst election result since 1887. Not 1987, 1887. It was their worst election result in almost 150 years. But for how long you can't trust mayors? I do more or less trust him. Now, I don't know a whole lot about him. But he has previously described himself as a transatlanticist, meaning he wants to come closer to the United States. In the last few weeks, he's pivoted, and we'll talk about that in a second, saying that Europe needs to be able to stand on its own two legs and defend itself. This is terrifying, actually. So, one of the... I'm going to interrupt myself. One of the viewers sent me something on Discord. This is an old Nazi propaganda poster. Schluss jetzt Wald Hitler. Schluss is river, or flood. I don't know what it means. I wonder if we can... we'll translate this. Can we do the image translation? Let's see if we can maybe do that. Images. Can't translate this file format. Alright, I'll type it in. It's fine. Tech language. Text. English. Schluss. This is the real journalism that we do here. Oh, I probably should be doing this opposite way. Stop now, vote for or I guess act now, vote for Hitler. And then here's this. That they apparently have been spreading around. I have seen this before. I don't think that the Christian Democrats will coalition with the AFD. They might, but I don't think that they will. They're planning to... Now, this is interesting. I'm a liberal. I'm very pro-immigration. I'm very pro-multiculturalism, which is why what I'm about to say is strange. One of the main policies of the CDU is to cut immigration and restrict it. Now, the AFD also primarily runs on anti-immigration. I'm very pro-immigration. I think it's great. Yet I think that what Merz is planning is broadly a good thing for Germany and for Europe as a whole, and therefore for the world as a whole. Why? Because what the CDU is going to do is a moderate, tactical, and tactful removal of some immigrants and restrictions preventing more from coming in. In a vacuum, I'm against this, because I think immigration is generally a good thing for almost any place that it happens to. Certainly in the Western world. But, simply put, Europe has not controlled their immigration for the last 20 years. At all. In any meaningful way. And that, more than anything else, has been what drove the resurgence of the far right in just about every European country. The Reform Party in the UK, the Front National in France, the AfD in Germany, Meloni's party, the current Prime Minister, I believe, of Italy is from also a far-right party. The Truth and Justice Party, or Peace and Justice, Law and Justice Party is what they're called, in Poland. All of them, the Sweden Democrats, all of them are motivated by anti-immigration sentiment. In Denmark, I believe in like I don't fucking know, sometime in the last several years, the Danish, either centrists or social democrats who were in government, instituted pretty strict immigration restrictions. And just like that, the Danish far right collapsed because their one and only issue just was swept out from under them. So as I see it, the will of the people cannot be resisted. The people of Germany, of Europe, of the United States, of the world, it seems, have turned against more open borders and more open immigration. That is unfortunate, because I think that they're wrong. But I'm one man, and clearly the public has made their opinion known. So one of two things is going to happen. Either a moderate party, and I'm not only talking about Germany, by the way, I am also talking about France, and Britain, and Poland, and Greece, and Sweden, and Denmark, and Canada, and the United States eventually, when we have, hopefully, a more competent government. Either a moderate party will institute moderate and relatively compassionate restrictions on immigration that are tactical and don't just sweepingly throw out everybody who's an immigrant. Or hell, it's not like they're going to ask if somebody was born there or not. They'll just look at the color of people's skin and their accent and the religion that they practice. And that's kind of the point. Either a moderate party will do moderate immigration reforms to appease the people, or a far-right party will take power and massacre them, or at very least deport them en masse, and likely with a lot of violence, because it's not like the far-right are known for their peaceful nature. So no, I don't think that the CDU is allying with the AfD by doing this. I think they are doing something very tactical and very intelligent. And somebody said, didn't Biden try that in the United States with the bipartisan border bill? He did. Small problem, it was never passed. See, this is why the US is in such a worse position than Europe right now, because we have approximately the same issues, but Europe does not have nearly as much of a just distrusted and divided and partisan media. It isn't as reliant on social media, and crucially, its major parties are not as opportunistic and self-serving as the Republicans and, to a much lesser extent, the Democrats in the United States. The bipartisan border bill was everything that Republicans wanted. They got what they wanted. And if it passed, I actually think Biden would have won. Or Kamala, or whoever they ran. The Democrat, I think, would have won, had that bill been passed. Because the two main things that got Trump in office was immigration and prices. Prices, that wouldn't have fixed. But immigration, it would have severely curbed. Way too much. I severely disagree with the policies in that bill. But I understand their necessity in this moment in time to protect democracy. What did Republicans do when given everything they wanted handed to them on a platter? They said no. Why did they say no? Because Trump said, no, let's not do that. It'll hurt my election chances. I'm getting off topic, so this is the last thing I'll say on the subject for now. But, because we still have to talk about Germany and Europe. But the Republican Party, with that move, which very few people seem to remember now, showed what they really believe in. They don't believe in patriotism. They don't believe in liberty. They don't believe in democracy. They don't believe in America first. They don't believe in making America great again. They don't believe in anything. They believe in their own power. Because
they believe in winning elections.
They believe in I thought you died. Hello, welcome back.
I've always been here.
You were very silent. You're never that silent. No offense.
You've kind of taken the show here. There's very little I can say whenever you're saying all of it.
Fair enough. But they believe in their own power, and let's be honest, wealth, because they're all getting rich off this shit. They believe in their own power, and I keep saying that because I want you people to remember it, and I want you to take that with you. And when you're talking to your friends or family who are Republicans, if you really have to get into it with them, remember this. They don't care about you. They don't care about your family or your friends or your community or your safety or your prosperity. All they want is their own power. What is the difference between Biden's border bill that the Republicans sank in order to give themselves better election chances and what the Republicans are trying to push through now? Frankly, nothing. Only it's more formalized and more precise than the sweeping mass deportations that they're doing now. But in effect, the result is the same. Massive curbing of immigration, massive increase in presidential and congressional, well, more so presidential power to control immigration. Without, I think, actually, not congressional, without congressional oversight. Everything that they wanted was in this bill. If they were interested in reforming immigration and protecting Americans from the crazy, evil, illegal immigrants who are killing all of our killing and raping our women and children and whatever, and taking all of our jobs, then they would have voted for this bill. Instead, I don't think it even got to a vote. I could be wrong about that, but it's certainly, if it did get to a vote, they sank it. And I don't believe it got to a vote. I believe it died in committee because Trump phoned the Speaker of the House and said, "No, don't. It's useful to me for the country to be suffering." Again, I don't believe immigration is suffering, but, they do. This is the difference between Europe and Canada and Australia and New Zealand and Japan and South Korea. Every major democratic country except Israel, which kind of does the same shit. Every major democratic country in the world, an opposition party will support the governing party instituting their policies as a compromise. That is the essence of democracy. Compromise. But instead, because all Republicans care about is power, they sank this bill. See, you're right, Arc Reactor, because Biden did try to do exactly that. He had the right idea. He made the right move. But a bird cannot fly with one wing, and a two-party system can't work when only one party functions. I told this to Wilson yesterday, and I was going to bring it up later, but I guess now's a decent enough time. This is an old Bill Maher joke, that American politics works best like a mullet. Democrats, or Republicans do business in the front while Democrats party in the back. Democrats are the mommy party. They worry about your safety, or they worry about, your health and your education and your social services. And Republicans are the daddy party. They worry about your safety and your money. But the daddy party is now the deadbeat dad party, another Bill Maher line that I'm stealing. And now the Democrats have to pick up the slack. That's fundamentally the dysfunction in the United States. That one party has fully abdicated its responsibility to the people, which is why I'm not a partisan. I'm not a Democrat. I'm independent on my voter registration, and I'm likely going to remain so for the rest of my life, or at least until I'm like 65 and decide to run for office because I have nothing better to do. But so long as I'm not involved in formal electoral politics, I will likely remain an independent. Because, or well, unless I move to a state that requires me to vote in primaries, then I might. But I'm not a partisan. I don't believe the Democrats are always right and the Republicans are always wrong. The Democrats just happen to be right a lot of the time now, and Republicans just so happen to be wrong a lot of the time now. And it's not a two-party system. We're deluding ourselves if we think that. We are in a no-party system. The Democrats, who still foolishly believe in compromise, and the Republicans, who have abdicated all responsibility. Which is why I hope to God that in 2026 and then 2028, the Republicans will suffer their worst defeat in half a century. Their worst defeat ever, I don't care. The Democrats need to win this, and they need to win everything. They need to win the Senate by 60 seats. They need to win the House by 300 seats. They need to win the presidency by LBJ landslide margins. I'm sure they'll fuck up once they're in office in some way, and the pendulum will swing back. But right now, we need Democrats in power. I will move along from this. Right now. I will stop talking about this, but we will get back to it, because there's a lot to say about this. We'll get back to
There's
this.
a lot to say about German elections, and we ended up speaking about American elections.
It all kind of comes back to us in the end, doesn't it? Unfortunately.
The point I feel that you were trying to make was that, considering the fact that, well, whether we like it or not, the majority of states in Europe are ethno-states, that having a pragmatic view on controlling immigration is beneficial for keeping extremist ideologies out of good governance. I think was the point that you were trying to make.
I'm going to answer one question, and then I'm going to let... Can you take the next point, or no?
About the geopolitical alliances?
Or is that kind of more my thing?
I think I can handle it.
All right.
Also, if memory serves, real quick, I'd like to have a special shout out to a very special individual who should be watching the stream right now, considering the fact that we were told explicitly not to take a break in between two specific points of time, which are currently undergoing. Yes, I'd like to give a special shout out to Jacob's dad, who should be joining us, listening to our ranting.
He should be driving home right now. Actually, he's almost home. Yeah.
Should be, yes.
Anyway, back to business.
Yeah, back to business.
I want to answer one question, then I'm going to drop for a second and go get some tea while Wilson takes our next major point. Or not a major point, but our next part about the European elections. Barnstormer asks, honestly, how can Democrats win 60 Senate seats? And I'll tell you how. Major political realignment. We are in a major political realignment. Joshua Eckel, my friend and the director of the Project Liberal organization, said that many months ago. We are in the middle of a political realignment. He was right then and he's right now. Things have changed. And things are changing. Things continue to change. Rapidly. The rules don't exist anymore. We're fine. Okay. The rules that we're used to are gone. They've been gone for a few years now, actually. So, what we're used to, that every election has to be, 51-49, it doesn't have to stay that way. American elections used to be very one way or another. These, 50-50 things were pretty rare. Even as recently as, 1984 election, Reagan won, let's see, Wikipedia, don't fail me now. He won almost 59% of the vote. He won 525 electoral votes. He lost one state and D.C. In 1988, when Bush the First was elected, he got 53% of the vote, which isn't that much, but 426 electoral votes. There has not been anything to that margin for years. But even as recently as 2008, Obama won, again, 53% of the vote and 365 electoral votes. Every single election since that has been within, within like 100 electoral votes, which is not as much as it sounds. So in 2012, he won 51% and 332 EVs. In 2016, Trump actually lost the popular vote. He got 46% and 304 electoral votes. Sorry, there's still something in the back of my throat. In 2020, Biden won again 51% of the vote and 306 electoral votes. And in 2024, Trump won just under 50% of the vote and 312 electoral votes. This is kind of new in American politics. It hasn't been this way historically. What caused this change? I think primarily media. I think people, because, it's not like we got new batches of voters, like millions and millions of new voters in each new election beforehand. Like, 1964 was the single biggest Democratic sweep, I think, ever, or at least since FDR. And then the next election, you have Nixon winning by a large margin, and the election after that by an even larger margin, by almost a Reagan margin, or even higher. So, how did this happen? People stopped being able to admit that they're wrong, or changing their opinions. They got locked into media bubbles. And people say this, and it's a frustrating answer, for me especially, because, okay, what do we do about that? It's not like the media bubble's just going to disappear. All we can do is complain. But it's true. We can like it or we can not, but it's true. We're all locked into our media bubbles. People really struggle to admit that they were wrong. And they're locked into their point of view. They refuse to hear the opposing point of view, so we keep having these, like, maybe 5 to 10% of voters that can be convinced one way or another, and then about 80 or 90% of voters, like, only like 60 or 70% of voters are registered Democrats or Republicans, but really a good, like, 3/4 of independents are also always voting Republican or always voting for Democrats. So that's the answer to that. I'm going to close that topic for... Wait, I just hit my microphone. I'm going to close that topic for now. I'm going to let Wilson take the next point. I'm going to go get some tea, which has been freshly brewed, because my voice is failing me, and I am not nearly done. So I will be back. I will leave you in Wilson's capable hands. I will return in like 5 minutes tops. Adios.
You're in my world now, not your world.
Good luck, ladies and gentlemen. I'm out of here.
Friends on the other side. He's got friends on the other... Alright, anyway. So, you have all been left within my capable hands. I'm certain that there will in no way, shape, or form be mistreatment of any of you. Promise. So, the next part that we wanted to talk about is the general elections, was the geopolitical alliances and how they are rapidly shifting. And they're shifting around the United States. For the second time in as many decades, we have elected an isolationist president. Completely bucking a long-established trend of U.S. interventionism since the end of the Second World War. Right? And because of this, because we have people in office who simultaneously want more military spending, but less a military commitment abroad, we have a problem. That was hilarious. Y'all didn't hear that, but I had Minecraft running in the background and the cave, or like one of the cave sound effects just chimed, and I was like, wonderful. Because it's kind of the mood right now. So yes, the geopolitical alliances are shifting, and they are shifting around the United States because we have an isolationist president. Again, we have NATO, who are yet again worried. Last time that this happened, it was because they weren't hitting their 2% targets, or whatever. Now we just don't think it's worth it. And the more Europe militarizes, as they should, the more the United States is going to try to justify that as reason to pull out. The United States doesn't... He really is an improper isolationist. Most isolationists opposes imperialism. I agree. You would think that. But we are not in an era where politics makes any sense or means anything, where labels are as ephemeral as a fart in the wind. So we have situations where you will have a president who claims to be isolationist and America first, but also wanting to increase military spending and invade places like Greenland and Canada. And what does that do? Well, for Europe in particular, it makes them all think, well, fuck. Somebody has to be the bastion of liberal democracy, and it sure shit is not going to be the United States. Right? It's sure shit not going to be the United States. France and Germany have been performing joint military exercises for the better part of the past decade and a half, if my memory serves. Right? Oh my god. Tormency and Ados are having a war. I'll get to that in a minute. So, yeah, the first postmodern isolationist. Yeah. Because labels don't mean anything anymore, ladies and gentlemen. But to the rest of the world, really, where labels do mean something, people are looking at what's going on. They're like, the United States is unreliable. We gave the United States the benefit of the doubt when they elected Biden, and 4 years later, everything's going to shit. For the Western world, it's, oh my god, the United States has this infectious tumor called fascism, royalism, and authoritarianism that 80 years still on, so long as one World War II veteran survives in Europe, people will remember, and people will make sure that does not happen again. So France, Germany, the United Kingdom, and Poland, of all places, which, again, somebody we've referenced previously, Ryan Macbeth, calls Europe's Texas, have been conducting joint exercises round the clock. It has been one of France's dreams, specifically one of Emmanuel Macron's dreams, to have a European army. And the more the time goes by, the more that's going to become a reality. And I, for one, support this. I love the United States' dominant position where we can act as Europe's protectors. I'm of the opinion that if we're going to have a massively inflated, oh my holy god, we'll talk about that in just a second. If we're going to have a massively inflated defense budget, we might as well do something and spend it on protecting people. You are having a money war in your comments, my friend.
I'll take it.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Anyway, I'm on a roll here. I'm on a roll here.
Can you catch me up real quick? Sorry, I had a little chat with my mom, and I had to help put the Frankenmeister to sleep, apparently.
To sleep?
Yeah.
TLDR, we are, and I hope your mother is watching. Hello,
she is.
Miss Arken. I hope we are being more concise than last time. I know I haven't had the opportunity to speak much, but here's the TLDR. For the second time in as many decades, the United States has elected an isolationist president and has thoroughly concreted the idea into the rest of the world that the United States is unreliable and is going to continue to remain unreliable. I was going to get to what that means to the rest of the world, but as for Europe in aggregate, it would appear that the United States has this infectious tumor known as authoritarianism that will not go away. Something that most European countries thoroughly got rid of as long as one survivor, one veteran of the Second World War continues to draw breath. France has always wanted a European army. France and Germany have been conducting military campaigns for the better part of a decade and a half, and France, the United Kingdom, Germany, and Poland, who our friend Ryan Macbeth calls Europe's Little Texas, constantly are trying to work together to integrate themselves and create a true European army. Macron might get his wish, and I hope that he does. To capitalize on that, I am still somebody who believes that the United States should have a dominant position in European and Western security. I want the Europeans to have their own army, and I want the United States to be conducting joint exercises with them. I'm of the opinion of so long as we have this giant, bloated, defense budget, we might as well try to get some good out of it, I would think. And that was at the point where I was on before you returned.
I see. Well, keep going. I like this.
But no, that we should do something with it and have something good out of it. I mean, fuck, if we're not going to use it to better ourselves, we best do it to better the lives of other people. Looks at U.S. aid, but we're not going to talk about that right now. But here is ultimately the scoop. Europe is realizing that federalism is probably not a pipe dream anymore. And if they're not going to formally federalize the European Union, they're definitely going to have further ties together. A loose confederacy, maybe. A joint military high command. Because, again, the United States is unreliable. Most sub-Saharan African countries are no longer looking to the United States. They're looking to China to be the guarantors of their dictatorships and their regimes. We have countries in Southeast Asia, specifically Myanmar, who are dealing with armed guerrillas to back the United States and are portraying the idea that the United States is not a stabilizing force around the world, but a destabilizing force around the world. A view only countermanded by the Philippines, who is run by all but a dictator, Japan, who is the only decent democracy in Southeast Asia, and Korea, which just had its own giant political shitcake fest, where they actually impeached their wannabe dictator, but still aren't having the greatest time right now. The United States is becoming a destabilizing force around the world. Russia is an unreliable actor. Europe believes that they would rather federalize than sing on Kurt Cobain's microphone. China, meanwhile, is just stacking up W's, expanding their soft power and influence. Because if the United States won't, others will. And that's to say nothing of the Middle East.
I will add something to this. The way we have the point written discussing this in our outline is that the world is having a geopolitical realignment. I want to talk about what that means, because we're talking about, okay, so the major powers are now the USA, Russia, China, and increasingly Europe. And I used to think, I still kind of think, that was a bad thing. That Europe should remain primarily a U.S. ally. I think that for the 80 years that we had that was a good thing. And I think it should remain that way. However, if we cannot reliably support them, because you gotta understand this. Let's say Democrats win everything by a huge margin in 2026 and 2028. They will try to normalize relations with Europe, but most likely anyway. But Europe doesn't trust us. We already shook their trust with Trump #1, but they were willing to dismiss it as kind of a fluke. But now, we've done it a second time. Non-consecutively. They're not ever going to trust us, or not for a long time anyway, going to trust us again. They'll work with us to the degree that they can. But they'll never rely on us the way that they have for the last almost century. The unipolar world order, unchallenged American hegemony, was not perfect. But I mark my words, it was better than any other world order that has ever existed before. Multipolarity, which means multiple world powers, essentially, is just imperialism in a new coat. Now, despite this, I am a pragmatist. I accept reality as it is. And it's obvious to me that this is the way things are going. Europe is going to have to unify politically and militarily and economically, to some degree at least, in order to protect themselves and Ukraine and the world. I don't like that has to happen. But it does have to happen. And for better or worse, they can potentially take the place that the US did. Not as much. You know, they're never going to be quite as, not in the near future, they're going to be as powerful and unified and able to extend influence all over the world. But at least in Europe, in Western Asia, and in Northern Africa, and in Canada, if we fucking actually invade, then maybe not the worst thing that could happen. Not the best thing. The best thing would be that this doesn't need to happen. But it wouldn't be the worst thing that could happen. We are entering a multipolar world, which is to say the world that we had for almost all of human history. Pretty much all of human history, in fact, except for pretty much the 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. That was the unipolar world order. That was unchallenged and unchallengeable American hegemony. And it didn't collapse through a war or a revolution or being destroyed from within. We just wantonly destroyed our own power to own the libs. And this is where we live now. I get how multipolarity can end up with competing empires, but do you think that would happen again? Yeah, I do. I think it's already happening. I think we now have Ukraine, which is not a proxy war, but it is a conflict between major powers. Ukraine very much is fighting for its own independence, and I don't think they care what the US or Europe says. They will keep fighting until they get what's theirs. Or fail. But they are broadly aligned with Europe and formerly the United States. And they are broadly, obviously opposed to Russia, who is invading them. So, yes, I do think we are basically back in the era of empires fighting over provinces. Ukraine is a province of Europe, if you will. And, of course, they want to be. They have repeatedly expressed their desire to be more integrated with Europe for the last 15 or so years. Longer, actually. But, yes, we are here now, competing empires, and if the Republicans manage to be thrown out of power, if they are kept out of power, at least these Republicans, the, isolationist fascists, because there are normal Republicans, there are very few of them left, but they do exist, and they did exist before. So, if the isolationists and fascists are thrown out forever, for the long term anyway, America can slowly, painfully regain those alliances. Never the way they were before, but to some extent. But it will be an immutably more dangerous world. A world where major powers, so Europe, the United States, Russia, China, and somebody said, yeah, maybe India, and there are a few other kind of regional powers, are free to declare war on one another or attack each other for whatever reason they want, because America is not there anymore as the world police. World police was such a potent anti-American slogan for a long time. But you don't believe this for a long time? Just as we need police in our neighborhoods, we need police in the world. We need somebody who is going to step in and say, no, Russia, you're not going to take Ukraine. Or, no, Israel, you're not going to take over the West Bank and Gaza. Or, alternatively, Hamas, you're not going to go and genocide all of Israel. China, you're not going to go and take over Taiwan. Azerbaijan, you're not going to go and take over Armenia, or vice versa. Turkey, you're not going to go and invade Greece, or Syria, or Cyprus. That world order is over. Maybe it can come back, but I don't believe it will. I want to address the money war happening here. I will not address the amounts. Seems unprofessional. I've done it before. It was unprofessional then, and it's unprofessional now. But there were some things that people said that I want to read out. Let's see. Hang on. I need to read this. One time a Republican, I don't remember who, said that other nations are laughing at our weak military. All I remember is people laughing at Americans running from ambulances. This is true. I do believe Europe is not necessarily as good as America, even though they have better social services. But people will say, oh, but Europe has lower GDP per capita. Yeah, it does. But they also don't need to spend as much of that GDP per capita on healthcare and on, well, housing depends on... Europe is too broad to generalize. On the country, it depends. But they don't have to spend as much of it on food, on housing, on especially medicine, on legal fees, because they're not as legalistic as we are. So I'll say that. And the others are not questions, so we will move on. What is the next point we have? Ah, yes.
I kind of touched on this a little bit, so I kind of said my piece about it, if you'd like to waffle for a minute.
I don't have a whole lot to say. The point we have written out here is that Germany, France, and Poland are poised, and kind of the UK, are poised to lead European rearmament and the realignment against Russia, and this is the weird thing. Yeah. Europe versus the United States. I think about, we stream Helldivers sometimes. We haven't in a long time, but we used to.
The only reason that we're not is because of your...
Internet, yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, there's 4 factions for now. There's Earth, which is who you're fighting for. There's basically robots, bugs, and squids. It's a goofy-ass game. I love it. But presumably, all 4 are fighting against each other simultaneously. The bots, bugs, and squids are not... They don't border each other, so they're not really fighting each other. But they probably would. If they came into contact. And it's ridiculous, but it's kind of... Hang on. It's kind of, I think, where we're going now. Because Trump is a Russian asset. I'm willing to say that. I don't actually think he's aware of that, but he is a Russian asset. The difference is I don't think he is doing it deliberately. I think he's just an idiot. I think he's very easy to influence, and he's caught in a Russian propaganda bubble. But, America is still kind of standing against Russia. Just not resolutely in any way. They're doing it, we're doing it our own way now. We're willing to backstab our allies and our coalition to own the libs, but also to own the Russians. Like, if Trump actually does give $350 billion and weapons to Ukraine, that's great! And that is obviously a repudiation of Russia and a helping Ukraine. It's just now it's not... There's no altruism to it. There's no principle to it. There's no, we're defending a fellow democracy. That's not the principle anymore. The principle is, they're going to give us something we want, so we give them something they want. Purely just... I'd call it utilitarian, but it really isn't. A business deal. Purely just cutthroat, kind self-interest. So... I don't think America's fully aligning with Russia. I don't think that's what's going on. I think what's going on is America is de-aligning from its allies to go their own way and fight everybody all at once. Directly or indirectly, What's this? Did you hear about Clarence Thomas going ballistic over being denied a chance to overturn abortion rights? I did not hear that, and that's not going to be discussed
today. Not going to be a topic of conversation.
No. Okay, no. I know you've been talking, but this is your point as well. You were the one who added this, and you are the one who knows the most about this. Let's talk about the military. Are we going to talk about the military purges? We are going to talk about the military.
Boy. Yeah. Dear God, it's almost like Arken appears to know what we're going to talk about before we even do.
Well, because I wrote it in the Discord server.
Oh, fair. Let's see. Corman C. real quick wants you to say the gold card thing is real and talk about it. Is it really real? But I don't think it's something we're going to talk about.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. Let's talk.
Very well. So, ladies and gentlemen, last week the the commander-in-chief of the armed forces thought it would be a brilliant idea to go on a firing spree I guess he thought that he was still on the cast of The Apprentice, and that he could just do this to a whole bunch of tenured generals. And he did. Lord, where is the list? Where is the list
of people? We have it linked in the document.
I have accidentally closed out of the document because I am an idiot.
Dingus.
Hold on. Let me... Technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. Technical difficulties.
Find the damn document.
There it is. Okay, so, when Hegseth got announced, he said that he was going to fire...
Quick recap. Pete Hegseth, formerly a major in the Air Force or some very low rank like that, then a Fox and Friends host, now apparently the fucking Secretary of Defense. Just so we're up to date on who that is, because some people might not remember that. Please continue.
Yeah, where is he?
We saw him earlier.
He went to Guantanamo. He went to Guantanamo Bay today, by the way. Lol.
Oh dear.
No, he wasn't. He was a major in the U.S. Army Reserve, and
That's
he
still
allegedly
pretty low rank.
Major's. It's not a flag officer position, but it's a pretty high position. But in the Army Reserve is heinous. The Minnesota Army National Guard, the District of Columbia Army National Guard, and that's it. And he apparently got 2 Bronze Stars, his Combat Infantryman badge, and an Army Condemnation Medal.
You mean commendation?
Commendation.
Those
yes.
are opposite things.
That they are. I beat you too. I talked about him firing the chairman of the Joint Chiefs Staff on Discord a while ago. Yeah, well, we talked about this yesterday. Oh yeah, he could fire these people. I'm not saying that he couldn't fire these people. I'm just saying that he did. The people that he fired. So he got Hegseth to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, which we're going to talk about who he replaced in a minute here. He fired the Air Force Vice Chief of Staff, James C. Jim Silf. He fired the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Lisa Franchetti. He fired the Judge Advocates for the Army, Navy, and Air Force, all 3 of them. He fired the he fired the person in charge of the Coast Guard. He fired. Who else did he fire? Where's the list? Where's the list? I'm looking through the list.
Did you get that one general from the Army, the CQ Charles or whatever his name is?
No, that was the General Charles CQ Brown, who was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. That was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs that got fired. Right? There's some pretty wild things to say about that. I cannot find the rest of the entire list. But I want to talk about the firings in particular. So talking about the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the creme de la creme, the guy in charge, right? Hegseth apparently wrote a book talking about General Brown last year, opining as to how the gentleman got his job.
Hang on, let me... Hang on. Are we looking at the same article? I want to find a picture of him, and you know why.
I am. Oh yes.
Let me show you. Not Reuters, the Air and Space Force's site. I'm going to show this clip.
Yes.
I'm going to show. This is the gentleman here. Let me expand photo. The gentleman here is what's his name? Charles Q. Brown.
Yes.
So
Charles C. Q. Brown,
former chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Now, please continue.
Yes.
This is the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Go on.
So, what I'm about to read to you is Hegseth opining in his 2024 book as to how this gentleman got his job under the Biden administration. Right? Remember, he just got fired last week. But here's Hegseth opining about General Brown. Quote, "Was it because of his skin color or his skill? We'll never know, but always doubt. Which on its face seems unfair to CQ. But since he has made the race card one of his biggest calling cards, it doesn't really much matter. This is a quote from his book, The War on Warriors, Behind the Betrayal of the Men Who Keep Us Free.
Which is one hell of a title, by the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, the majority of the people who got fired by Trump last week could be summarized as being guilty of black or woman.
Or wasn't there a gay guy? Or am I making that up?
Gay woman, and I believe it was the Admiral of the Coast Guard, if my memory serves.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is something to be said about meritocracy, and firing people because they are a woman and claiming that they only got their job because of diversity, equity, and inclusion, as the Secretary of Defense has done so, is not it. We are a country that, ever since we learned some extremely hard lessons in the Civil War and our incursions in Cuba and the Spanish-American War and World War I, realized that education and skill of leadership is what keeps American soldiers alive. General Brown started his military career as a fighter pilot, held commands in the Middle East and Asia. He served this country for 40 years. And when Hegseth fired him on Trump's command, Trump quoted him as saying, or Trump is quoted as saying, where is it? Where is it? Is it in this? Where did Trump say it? What Trump said about the firings.
General Kane, that's the, who is General Kane?
Raising Kane is who he replaced him. We're going to talk about him in just a moment.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. Wrong dude. It's on Truth
I'm trying
Social.
to find...
Let's see if we can find the,
I'm trying to find the statement
Here
that
it
Trump
is.
said whenever
Found
he...
it. I want to thank General Charles C.Q. Brown for his over 40 years of service to our country, including as our current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He is a fine gentleman and an outstanding leader, and I wish a great future for him and his family. Baby, I want to point out, Trump did not write this, and I know that because it's all capitalized correctly. Anyway.
It has great grammar.
Today, I am honored to announce that I am nominating Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Raisin Kane, to be the next chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He is an accomplished pilot, national security expert, successful entrepreneur, and a warfighter with significant interagency and special operations experience. Again, this is how I know Trump didn't write this. He doesn't know interagency means, and he does not know what a special operation is. And there's more waffling about this, but he doesn't really say a whole lot about CQ himself.
Yeah. So, in November, Hegseth had said, quote, first of all, you've got to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs on the Sean Ryan Show podcast before Trump picked him to lead the Pentagon. But any general that was involved, general, admiral, whatever, that was involved in any of the DEI woke shit has got to go. Either you're in for war fighting and that's it, that's the only litmus test we care about. Well, evidently not, because everyone that Trump fired were accomplished warfighters or guardians, in the case of the Coast Guard and the Space Force. Right? Now, who does he replace these guys with? Well, starting at the top, the very top, the creme de la creme.
Let's talk about General Raisin Kane.
Dan Kane, not Daniel Kane, John Daniel Kane, reading from Wikipedia, quote, is an American retired lieutenant general and venture capitalist who served as the Associate Director for Military Affairs of the CIA from 2021 to 2024. Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General, keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to now read to you the code that prescribes how the president is supposed to appoint the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Quote, President may appoint an officer as chairman of the Joint Chiefs only if the officer has served as either the A, vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, B, chief of staff of the Army, naval operations, chief of staff of the Army, or the chief of staff of naval operations, or the chief of staff of the Air Force, or the commandant of the Marine Corps, or the chief of the space operations, or finally C, the commander of a unified or specified combatant command.
So that's like
CENTCOM. Yes. So just to recap, either is the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs, which is like the second in command of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, right? Vice chairman, it's in the name. The chief of staff of the Army, which is the military command in charge of the Army. He's like the military version of the Secretary of Defense. The chief of naval operations, which is like the Secretary of the Navy, but is like the military version of the Secretary of the Navy, just the military side. Same with the Air Force, same with the Marine Corps, same with the Space Force, right? Or the commander of a unified or specified combatant command. So like any major command. So in the Middle East, it would be United States Central Command. In Europe, it would be Europe Command. Southeast Asia Command is the one in Southeast, or Pacific Com, PACOM.
Here, I actually want to find the map. Hang on.
Yeah, go find the map. While you were finding the map,
there are 11. So hang on, I found it. There are 11 of them. So there is Northern Command, which is North America. So really just Canada, U.S., and Mexico. Southern Command, which is Central America and South America. Africa Command, which is Africa minus Egypt, which is pretty funny. Central Command, or CENTCOM, which is the one that has been the most relevant for the last, many years.
2 decades.
Yeah. So, which is Egypt, the Arabian Peninsula, and Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Central Asia. European Command, which is, Europe, and Turkey, and Azerbaijan, and Russia. And Indo-Pacific Command, which is pretty much the rest of the world. So that's Australia, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, India. Did I say India? No, I did not say India. Japan, the Koreas, and China.
Without equivocation, the 3 most important commands that have existed ever since this became a thing was EuropeCom, CENTCOM, and Indo-PACOM. So this is where all the important shit is happening.
By the way, I want to say this. I don't think Space Force is dumb. The person who put it in place is dumb. I don't want to talk about this for too long. I just want to give my 2 cents and move on. But yes, the reason that they did it under Trump first term was really dumb. And he's a very dumb person, of course, with very dumb reasons. But every other major military power has their own space forces. Giving them equality in terms of having a seat on the Joint Chiefs, along with the Air Force and the Navy and the Coast Guard and the Marines and the Army, I think that's important because we are increasingly becoming an interstellar species. And no, I don't think we're going to colonize the moon or Mars, not for hundreds of years anyway. But we are still starting to utilize the space around our planet more and more. So maybe we won't have a moon base in 50 years, but we probably are going to have a lot of military satellites. Should we?
Agreed.
No, it's horrible for astronomy. I hope it doesn't happen, but it's clearly going that way. So I don't think it's a bad idea. There's a reason Biden didn't go back on that.
Let's not kid ourselves. The Space Force has existed ever since 1972. If my memory existed, it has just always been nacelled under the Air Force. Anybody who I talk about who says the Space Force is like dumb, I'm like, treat the Space Force as like the Marine Corps to the Navy, or the Marine Corps to the Air Force.
I thought it was
to the Air Force.
What do you mean?
No. So, the Air Force had Space Command, and the Marines have always been like the younger child of the U.S. Navy, because they're Marines. They originally, as a service, existed to defend American shipping, to be the infantry component of American shipping. But ever since the landings at Veracruz and World War I and the landings at Veracruz, the Marines have always kind of been a permanent expeditionary force that exists to be existed to be the professional wing of the American military. So, but now after the Second World War, it became more about performing landing operations.
More recent example, the Air Force. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but to my recollection, the Air Force did not formally exist until after World War II. For the entirety or majority of World War II and part of the Cold War, I think too, there was no U.S. Air Force. It was the U.S. Army Air Force. It was a subdivision of the Army Air Corps. It was a subdivision of the Army. In fact, if I remember correctly, the old versions of the current Air Force anthem or theme or whatever you call it, their song, which is the Wild Blue Yonder song, I believe the old versions of it do go in the chorus, da 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 in the Army Air Corps. That's how it used to go. Now I'm sure they've changed lyrics, but
the U.S. Air Force. Yeah. Although that's not just to waffle for a bit. That's not a great example, because the United States military does this thing to show unity amongst the branches, where the anthem of each of the same branches is to the exact same melody. That's so the Coast Guard, the Coast Guard, Army, Marine Corps, and Wild Blue Yonder, the shores of Tripoli thing for the fucking Marines. It's all the same melody, and it's awesome. But anyway, back to the point at hand. The Air Force was created in 1947, and the Space Force was in 1982. My apologies, I was off by a decade. But anyway, no. I always tell them to treat it like the Air Force, because the United States military always loves having little sub-branches. The Marines were always a sub-branch of the Navy until semi-recently. The Air Force was a sub-branch of the Army until the Second World War. And now the Space Force had been a sub-branch of the Air Force until recently. So yeah, there's nothing inherently dumb about having a force that, monitors our satellites and increasingly, performs calculations for our land-based nuclear deterrent. So, pretty good. But anyway, we were talking about General John Daniel Kane, because this gentleman is a lieutenant general, and he has not commanded jack diddy. He has not commanded diddy squat. Let's be very fucking... Use that exact phrasing. Yeah, phrasing. He, as a lieutenant general, he probably has commanded... He's a lieutenant general in the Air Force, which gives him some credence. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs generally is drawn, at the very least in peacetime, nominally from Air Force or Navy senior flag officers, flag being general rank or above, so... You go from your major to your brigadier general and so on and so forth. Or your colonel, I should say, to your brigadier general and so forth. Right? And the reason that is because the Air Force and the Navy are really, really good at doing what you call combined arms operations, where you do land, sea, and air assets all in one big joint operation that are able to have seamless integration and work together in order to hit the goal, meet the target, complete the mission, right? So we're good on qualifications for, branch of service. So, okay, we're there. But then we hit this small snag of the fact that as a lieutenant general, he has not commanded anything larger than a brigade size. For the Air Force, I believe it is called an air brigade, which is a couple wings, or basically one component of aircraft at a airbase. So he has not done any politicking, which would involve inter-service
operations, which there is a slight bit of politicking, right? Where you, an Air Force general, have to go to the Navy and talk to an admiral and perform, stuff. No. He is not accustomed to any of that. He served in Iraq during Operation Inherent Resolve, which is okay, but serving ever since the 90s, if your only battles and award is Operation Inherent Resolve, he served since the 90s to today. So you're telling me he didn't do Enduring Freedom or anything, just Inherent Resolve? That's not a whole lot of combat operations for someone we're going to put in charge of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. So you have this person who doesn't get military politics, or isn't very well accustomed to them, who sure is part of a branch that exists to do inter-service operability, but has tenure to boot. Like, he served since the 90s. He has many decades of service under his belt. But only one operation. He's at a relatively low rank for his service as an officer in the Air Force. He's wildly underqualified. And then you have to sit there and think, why? Why in the world? Well, being against DEI and Hegseth's agenda of firing every woman, queer, or black person that he has under his command as the civilian authority of the American military is certainly one thing. But I glazed over something at the part of his Wikipedia entry that I think speaks to a point that I believe Arken is about to make here. What did I call him? John Daniel Kane is a retired... So again, he wasn't even active duty. He retired in 2024. Retired lieutenant general and venture capitalist who served as the associate director for military affairs at the CIA. He's a loyalist.
He's a Trump appointee. Of course he's a loyalist.
He's not just a Trump appointee and a loyalist. He is somebody who Trump knows is going to do his bidding in charge of this very important office. Now, he needs to be confirmed, but if they confirmed Gabbard, if they confirmed RFK Jr.,
I told you yesterday when we were talking, if Matt Gaetz had not retracted his name, they would have fucking confirmed him.
So we're going to have an underqualified venture capitalist be the leader of the military component of the most powerful military the human race has ever seen. This is in an era of American executive theory that states that we should have loyalty tests and oaths to the commander-in-chief.
I will get on that in a moment. I only want to say one thing before we move on to the next round of firings that we have to discuss. DEI. I want to talk about that. Not for long. Not in a great deal of detail. But I want to talk about that term. And not just the fact that it's basically the N-word with the way it's used. Not that. But the argument made by Hegseth is very interesting in a morbid sort of way. He says that while we don't know whether Charles Q. Brown was elevated to this position on the basis of merit or race, it ultimately doesn't matter because of his race. I want to talk about that. Because we do not live in a colorblind society. We haven't for ever, really. And we probably never will. Humans are not colorblind. Individuals can be more or less colorblind. I do believe that. But societies as a whole, if not color, then ethnicity or language or religion, one way or another, there will always be some kind of internal, immutable division within any large enough population. So whether that's skin color, or ethnicity, or facial features, or language, or the length of your fingers, I don't fucking know. Whatever we decide is important in 200 years. But there's always going to be something that divides people into groups. This is just a product of our evolutionary psychology. It is just evolutionarily beneficial to us to divide ourselves up into groups so that we can protect each other from perceived enemy. So a degree of racial consideration is always going to go into any hiring decision. It is impossible to fully separate a person from their race, or their religion, or their gender. We should make the attempt, but we can never fully do it. Subconscious biases are one of those things that kind of make you feel dread, especially when you're a white guy, because, oh, so there's nothing I can do to not be racist. I'm just racist no matter what. Is that it? Well, no. There are morons who will, on the far left, who will say that, but that's not true. I don't think you're racist. I don't think I'm racist. I don't think most people in this audience are racist. We just all have certain ideas that exist, even as tiny little inklings at the back of our heads, but they do exist. They are there, and they do affect the way we see the world in even very small ways, which taken in aggregate, taken as part of the whole population, affects things. So, back to the military. Was Charles Q. Brown elevated to this position on the basis of his race? Yes, and no. We know that he was appointed under Biden?
He was.
Okay, so we know that Biden had, when he was president, a DEI agenda, right? His criteria, or one of his criteria at any rate, for selecting a VP was a black woman. He said that openly. And when he had a Supreme Court seat to fill, same criteria, has to be a black woman. Now, I don't agree with that kind of thinking. I don't like when you say, oh, this position has to be filled by a person of this race. I think that's stupid and reductive and kind of racist. But it's the right idea. And so yes, maybe CQ Brown was elevated to this position partly because of his race. But you know what? How much of a bad thing is that? Because, like, Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown Jackson and CQ Brown, who were elevated to their positions to some degree because of their race and sex in the case of the women, it's not like they're unqualified. They're plenty qualified. Ketanji Brown Jackson is a very accomplished legal scholar. Kamala Harris is, she is just a massive wealth of political experience behind her. She was the district attorney for California. She was a senator. She was doing something in San Francisco government before she was DA in California. So, like, she is a very experienced, competent, qualified candidate, right? And CQ Brown, I went and looked at his Wikipedia page. I showed it earlier. He has been serving in military conflict since the 90s. He is very experienced. He's very qualified. And you know what? So maybe it's not a bad thing. I don't love it, but maybe it's not a bad thing to have Americans find out who is in charge of defending them, and it's a black man. Maybe that's a good thing for race relations in the long term. Maybe it's a good thing for people to look at the men who are defending our freedom and see a black person or a woman or a gay person. Maybe that's how we reach greater equality and justice and racial solidarity between the races.
Bold idea.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm very, I consider myself to be very anti-woke to the degree that that's a real thing. This is also partly why I don't like the right, the woke right, as I and many other people call them. I'm very anti-woke. I don't like affirmative action. I don't really like DEI. But there's a lot of things I don't like. I don't like taxation. I don't like war. Hell, I don't like government in general. I don't like people in general. Societies in general. But we need them because we live in an imperfect world. Maybe it's what we need to do. We can try to live up to the ideal of meritocracy. That's not a bad thing. But meritocracy is an ideal. We will never have a perfect meritocracy. It's never existed and it never will. Maybe a tiny amount of tipping the scales in favor of people who have historically been denied these jobs isn't the worst thing in the world. I don't know. Maybe I'm off base on this, but we don't live in a perfect world. We don't live in the ideal. We live in here and now. We live in reality. We live in a country that half a century ago was still lynching people. We live in a country that fought a civil war over slavery, and it was over slavery. And for 10 years after that war, we tried to give black people equality, and it spooked white Southerners, and honestly, if we're being honest with ourselves, white Northerners too, so much that they put in place laws to make sure black people could never gain political power again, and they didn't for almost a century. I don't think there was a single, if I recall, there was not a single black congressman in Congress between 1870 or 1880 something and the 1960s or 70s. So that's almost a century that we had no black people at the highest levels of government. 10 or 15% of the population not being represented in any way. And yes, you can be represented by somebody who's not a member of your race or your sex or your sexual orientation. But when every single person in leadership is of the same racial background? No, that's not representation. No, you can't be represented exclusively by people who are not of your group. I don't believe in these, like ethnic quotas. I don't like that. But yeah, maybe we should be a little more lenient and lean toward, not lenient, that's not the right word, more sort of open and accommodating to black or gay or female or Hispanic or Asian or whatever minority candidates for these important positions. So long as, of course, they do meet all the qualifications. Maybe it's not the worst thing. I feel like I keep using that phrasing, maybe. But because I'm not sure. But this is my feeling. That maybe DEI just ain't that bad. It's not great. I don't like it. In fact, I hate it. I hate that it has to be this way. We did this to ourselves. Not we ourselves. None of us were alive. 400 years ago, whatever, when slaves were first brought to the U.S., those people did this to us. I don't believe in feeling guilt for your ancestors. If your great-grandfather was a slave owner, I don't think you should feel shame over that. Not like you knew him. Not like he, not like you own slaves yourself. I don't believe in the sins of your father translating over to you. But I do believe that the scars of the past do not just disappear. They heal, but they don't disappear. I have a video idea on my list of video ideas titled The Scar of Slavery. I've had it on there for a long, long time. And, slavery ended 150 years ago. History is long and complicated, and things that happened hundreds of years ago still affect us today. Slavery still affects the United States in immeasurable ways. Had we never had slavery, or had we abolished it in the early 1800s, the history of the entire world, let alone the United States, would be incalculably different. The Holocaust was almost 100 years ago, and it took until, last year, or sometime in the last couple years, for the Jewish population of the world to reach 1939 numbers, which was, I think, 15 or 16 million. It took a century for that history to be written over with new history. And it's still being written. It's not like the echoes of the Holocaust don't still reverberate. And if we can understand that, then we have to be able to understand the slavery and all the things that came after that, and the suppression of women's rights and gay rights and Hispanic rights and all this other shit still affects us today. Them's my 2 cents. Wilson has muted himself and disappeared, so I'm going to presume he's dead. I am going to move on to the next point. And quickly see if we have anything to
I'm
discuss.
not dead. I'm just self-conscious about the click-clacking.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. I would say qualifications were probably worth more to Biden than the race or gender. Biden just had to pander. Kind of. But fuck it, we're human. We need a little bit of pandering. It's not the worst thing in the world. People need to be pandered to. People need to feel represented and safe and like they matter. And I will say, I sound so fucking like woke leftist stereotype right now, and for the last like 10 minutes, but that's because the last month or so really has proven a lot of ideas that I kind of didn't really care for a long time. The fact that they are replacing white people or black people and gay people and women with white men, straight white men, exclusively. I mean, those are the only ones they're firing, and those are the only ones they're hiring. It's not a coincidence. It is because straight white men are perceived as the default setting for humanity, for Americans at least. And this is something that leftists have been saying for years. And it's annoying. But it's annoying because it's true. That doesn't mean it's bad if you're a straight white man. I am all 3 of those things. I have no guilt over being straight or white or a man. I don't think there's anything wrong with being white or being a man or being straight. I think all those things are wonderful. I enjoy my life a lot. But it is also worth recognizing that, yeah, if you're white, you are viewed as the default in society. If you're a man, to a lesser extent, but if you're a man, you're viewed as the default in society. If you're straight, you're viewed as the default in society. If you're Christian, Protestant in particular, you're viewed as the default in society. So there's a reason that they're doing this. It is DEI. They're still doing DEI, they're just doing it in the other direction. The diversity is white people, the equity is white people, and the inclusion is white people, but it's all what it's still DEI. The only non-racial hire, in other words, the summary of everything that I've said before we move on. The only non-DEI hire, by definition, by the way that DEI has been defined by Republicans, by people like Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, is white people. Because anything else is automatically assumed to be a racially motivated hire. So fuck it. If that's DEI, then I'm all for it. I wasn't, but I am now. Because I've seen what it looks like when we don't have it. I'm fairly left-wing. I vote for Democrats mostly. I hate Republicans and the Republican Party. But I do consider myself moderate on most things. I especially really don't like wokeness. I don't like this, woke, cancel culture. I've always hated it. I've always had no patience for it. I still do have no patience for it. But seeing what's happening now has kind of convinced me of the value of some of these things, that maybe my positions were too, not extreme per se, but too short-sighted. And it's funny because I'm talking about myself the same way we talk about Trump supporters who are realizing their mistake. I'm not a Trump supporter. I never have been. Never will be. But
by the grace of God.
Yeah. And yet here I am, feeling a lot like how a lot of them say they do, where they didn't know what they were voting for, and now they're seeing the consequences of their beliefs put into practice. And they're rethinking
Not to get
their
too
beliefs.
off topic, but this reminds me of a conversation that we had, I think about 2 weeks ago, that was brought up a little bit recently whenever we said, I never thought I'd see the day where I would be listening to shit that comes out of AOC's mouth and agreeing with her. It's
Exactly.
wild.
AOC, Mike Pence, make strange bedfellows.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I had said my piece about that. I've been wanting to talk about that. Let's talk about the coming purge.
Yeah, let's talk about the coming purge. Yeah, so those are our kind of 2 cents. But to get back to the point in particular, let's not beat around the bush here. He has fired all of the quote-unquote DEI hired and put straight white men in there who are particularly straight white loyalists. Straight white men loyalists. Then he goes out and fires as many military lawyers as physically possible. He fires the judge advocates for literally each and every single one of the branches, and he did so to, quote, remove roadblocks to anything that happens.
Let me find the exact statement.
Jacob's got an article for
I
it
do.
here.
Here it is. Here, actually, I wonder if they have a...
To fire 3 military lawyers.
Oh, he does. Okay, they have a clip.
Is standing by the
Oh, what do
decision
you
to
know?
fire
Play the
3
clip.
military lawyers and the country's top military officer. The lawyers are known as JAG officers. Hegseth says they are roadblocks to orders of the Commander-in-Chief, President Trump. It leaves many asking, roadblocks to what?
Yeah, I think that's.
I'm not going to let
big
them finish
question.
that because we're going to talk about that. These are... You can correct me. Oh, here it is. I don't need to speculate because it's right here. The Judge Advocate General's job is to provide independent legal guidance to senior military officers in the Pentagon and on battlefields to avoid potential legal issues with U.S. or international laws surrounding armed conflict. So essentially what he just did is he threw out the judicial arm of the military police.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Well, they said it very clearly. Let me find it. It's in this article. They're talking about the same people that were fired. I'm trying to find the... Here it is. Ultimately, we want lawyers to give who give sound constitutional advice and don't exist to attempt to be roadblocks to anything that happens in their spots. To anything that happens. So what happens, ladies and gentlemen? What is the something that they are so worried that these Judge Advocate Generals, JAGs for short, JAG, JAGs, what is it that they're going to stop? What are they going to be roadblocks to? Now, let's talk about that. I think you've been eager to say something, so I'm going to let you talk.
So, on the surface, it should be very obvious. I mean, you said it yourself. The Judge Advocate Generals are there to prevent the United States from doing anything illegal in the eyes of its own laws and the eyes of international laws. Now, what they specifically Hegseth is saying at face value is, oh, we all know the trope about the lawyer who steps in and prevents us killing, a major ISIS general because the acceptable civilian casualties are not within parameters. Where we've got to let men on the ground take bullets from the Hajis. Their words, not mine. From the Hajis.
But that was what Hegseth said, or Trump?
No, I mean, this is what I'm conferring to the everyman. What is being, what not the underlying tone, what the overt message, what they're trying to say. They're saying like, oh, we know when soldiers, just have to sit in their bases and get bombed by Iran because we can't violate Iranian airspace to blow up the Islamic Revolutionary Guard locations that's where the mortars or the drone factories or stuff like that is. All we want is the ability to protect the troops from these instances. To allow them to say to the troops in the field, yeah, you're allowed to shoot back without causing a international incident or whatever, despite the fact that it obviously will. That's what's trying to be conveyed here on the surface. That's what Hegseth is saying. That's what he wants you to think, oh, we're just getting rid of those pesky legal safeguards that get American troops killed unnecessarily. But I think that's not what anyone is taking from this.
No. The illegal orders, my friends, that those JAGs are preventing soldiers and their officers from issuing and carrying out are orders against us. I will remind you, soldiers do not take an oath to protect and serve the American public. They take orders to protect the institutions of government, the Constitution, this vague idea and notion of democracy. And when it is hijacked by somebody who can do no wrong in the eyes of their supporters, who is the walking embodiment of the Constitution, who, in Hegseth's own words, he believes the president cannot issue an illegal order under any circumstances. Those illegal orders that JAG was that existed to protect against will be orders against the American public. There will be orders to shoot protesters. There will be orders to seize civilian government that resists. Those are the pesky roadblocks. Jake?
You've heard this before. You'll hear it again. Battlestar Galactica, quote, "There is a reason you separate the military and the police. One fights the enemies of the state. The other serves and protects the people. When the military becomes both, the enemies of the state tend to become the people. And when the government starts to treat its own citizens as the enemy, they eventually start to reciprocate. The people will eventually begin to see that the military isn't there to keep them safe from an external threat, but rather is meant to protect the people in power from those they oppress." That is an excerpt partly from Battlestar Galactica and partly from the upcoming Star Wars video. I'm talking about the Imperial military in that, but it can apply to any real-life military too.
Mm-hmm.
The American military takes an oath to defend the Constitution, not the President, not Congress, not themselves, and technically not us. Constitution. The institutions created by that document. The American Constitutional Order. That is the oath that they swear. We're gonna kind of blow over this last sub-point. We basically have gone over it already anyway. Let's talk about the main meat of this episode.
Mm-hmm.
The new American monarchy. We'll talk about CPAC in a little bit. I want to kind of front-load this with the new American monarchy. Monarchy, dictatorship, whatever you want to call it. Autocracy, authoritarianism, rule by one. Here's the problem with, and again, I'm kind of testing lines from both the next video and future videos in the field here, but the fundamental problem with authoritarianism is not just that it is oppressive, or that it doesn't work. Both of those things are true, but that is not the main thing that makes autocracy so awful. Because in principle, having a benevolent leader who takes care of all the responsibilities of state and allows people to live their lives, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that in principle. That's the problem, though, in principle. In reality, that doesn't exist. The reality is this. The problem with autocracy is that when power is dictated at the end of a gun or a sword, there is no other effective instrument of government than violence. See, all government is based on violence. All civilizations are based on the threat of violence. All justice is based on violence. Violence is not a bad thing. Not inherently. It's bad in most cases, but there is nothing inherently wrong with violence. Using violence on somebody who would hurt you, or your family, or your countrymen, Sometimes violence is necessary. Civilian governments in the last 300-400 years have adopted constitutions and reforms and checks and balances to put more and more steps between the final arbiter of power, which is violence, and the exercise of power. We have endeavored for these many decades and centuries to take us as far away from rule by force as possible. In the end, if the government is resisted, force is what they will have to resort to. The guarantor of every government is violence. The difference is that in a democracy, there are non-violent ways to change your government. In an autocracy, by definition, there's not. The dictator can step down. It's happened before. Pinochet stepped down. But you can't rely on that. When protesting doesn't work, when voting doesn't work, when trying to reform the government from the inside doesn't work, there's only one option left, and that's violence.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, violence is the only language that power speaks. We have tried to civilize power, and we failed. We succeeded for a long time, but we're back. We have these points in a very different order, but with the way we've talked about this, I want to, like I said, I want to front load this. I want to talk about this a different way. In 4 years, unless it's cancelled, for whatever reason, there will be an election. The way things are going, it looks like the Democratic candidate, frankly, anybody who is the front-runner against Trump, will win. I find that highly likely, based on what I know now anyway. Could change, obviously. But right now, it looks like the entire country, which was already kind of lukewarm on him, is now turning against him. Very aggressively. And we know what happens when he loses an election. We know what happens when he is forced to be removed from power. He doesn't go quietly into the night. He does not peacefully just give in. He fights. And with violence, not words. January 6th, call it what you will. Believe whatever fucking conspiracy theory you want, but the reality is this. He did not want to leave office. He refused to leave office. So he sent a mob of his most fanatical supporters to attack the elected government of this country and force them to submit to his all-powerful, almighty, omnipotent will as the king, or the dictator, or the general secretary, or whatever you want to fucking call him, of the United States. The Führer, if you will. In 2028, if and when he loses, 1, he will not go. He might, maybe, try to switch in somebody like J.D. Vance or some other person into his position. But the Republicans, whatever you want to call them, Trump's party, Trump's cult, Trump's coalition, will not cede power. The only way to get them out of government, in the end, will be either they step down, which I find highly unlikely. Basically, we're relying on their altruism and belief in democracy, which they have shown how much they believe in democracy plenty enough times by now. Barring that, it is going to take violence. I don't know what form that violence is going to take. Maybe it'll be a legal battle, and then they send in the federal marshals, and there'll be a standoff between the Secret Service and the marshals. Maybe the military mutinies. Shit, I know enough military people who've said that they'd mutiny if ordered to fire on civilians. I don't know how true that is. I don't fucking know. Maybe the military mutinies and we have a military dictatorship for a while. Maybe there's a popular revolution. Maybe the Air Force goes and bombs the White House. I don't fucking know. Maybe somebody assassinates him. One way or another, unless they step down, this will end in violence. The only language power understands is violence. I said this before, I'll say it again many times. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. It is also prescribed by the willingness to fight back of those whom they oppress. I'm not quite as eloquent as Frederick Douglass in that little addendum, but I tried. I am not a revolutionary. I have never been a revolutionary. I probably will never be one, unless I absolutely have to, for my own safety and that of my family and friends and community. I don't believe in revolution. I think revolutions are terrible. I think, with the exception of the American Revolution, pretty much almost every single revolution in history has failed, either because it was defeated, or because in the immediate aftermath, it devolved into crazed infighting. Why did that happen? Why did the French, or the Haitian, or the Russian Revolution, or any other revolution you can think of, pretty much accept the United States? I'm sure there's like one or two other exceptions, but why does almost every revolution you think about devolve into violence even after they win and even after they have absolute power? Because they have had to strip away all the window dressing that power gives itself. They have learned the language of violence, and it's addictive. Power is the most addictive thing in the world. The revolutionaries learn how addictive violence can be, and how effective it can be, because it is effective. You don't like what the president's doing? Kill him. FBI? That's not me saying we should kill the president. I am talking in theoreticals. Please don't arrest me. Anyway, point is, yeah, you can just kill someone and they will not be able to do anything. That is a solution to any problem they could ever cause. It's very easy. It's actually, if you know, I'm publishing a Star Wars video in a few weeks, like, it's the dark side, right? The temptation of the dark side is power. It is, you will have the power to do whatever the fuck you want. You can just go right around the proper, correct way to do it. That is... Save the ones you care about, reform the government, whatever the fuck it is that you want to do. Power, violence, is the way to do it. It's the easiest, most direct way to do it. But it's not the best way. The reason revolutions implode is because the revolutionaries become addicted to the same violence that was inflicted upon them by those they were revolting against. I don't want a revolution. I don't think it would be good for this country, or myself. Jewish people have historically not done very well in times of political turmoil. I don't think it would be a good thing. Not for me, not for my family, not for my community, not for the country, or the world. I am not stating that I want a revolution. I am stating that we are going to have one, if things continue on their current course, because that is how human psychology and power works and how they interact. I am not saying I think we need a revolution. I am saying that eventually there will be no other recourse unless we somehow manage to turn back, and we turn back now. Violence is almost inevitably going to need to be used. The form that takes is uncertain, because it's possible the Democrats win in 2028, and Trump, or whoever he puts in to succeed him, throws a fit and doesn't leave, and is made to be dragged out. There's a fight maybe between the military and the Secret Service. Military or National Guard or whoever just go and drag him out of the White House and put him in jail. And that's a relatively bloodless answer to this. That's the best case scenario. Barring that, it will come to violence. It will come to violent, bloody, armed revolutions, street fighting, neighbors turning against neighbors, families dividing down political lines. This is not a call to action. This is a prediction and a warning about what is coming if we keep going on this path. And the reason I think it's worth talking about is because you cannot fight that which you do not understand. You can't effectively resist an enemy that you don't know anything about. So that's that point. I want to read some of the chat comments.
Go ahead.
So, okay. That's that. And I guess this is where we can introduce CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference.
Oh boy.
We're going to start easy and get back into the heavy stuff.
What do you consider easy? Elon waving around the chainsaw?
And the salutes. Which is somehow which is somehow the least bad thing that happened there.
Oh, yeah, everybody, guess what? We're back to talking about Nazi salutes. Hooray.
I don't want to talk about it for too long, but in our first Fireside chat, we talked about Elon's definitely not Nazi salute. And that was a pretty long discussion. Now, very predictably, it has become a calling card for the far right. It has become an in-group symbol that they use to identify each other. So at CPAC, there were 2 or 3 "My heart goes out to you" Nazi salutes. There was Steve Bannon. There was a Mexican actor called, only if I can remember, Eduardo Verástegui, who was is pretty B-tier, C-tier actor. He starred in a film called The Sound of Freedom from 2023, which was about, I think it's a fictional film about fighting child traffickers, which on the face of it is fine, but there's very heavy implications about, like, QAnon stuff and the Democrats raping the babies kind of shit. It's directed by Jim Caviezel, the same guy who made The Passion of the Christ. And apparently he made another one in this year, actually, or is making another one for April. Director, producer Mel Gibson, love it.
How great. How awesome.
Yeah. So, let's reckon with something. There are 2 parties in the United States. We live in a 2-party system. There are Democrats and there are Nazis. Call them whatever the hell you want. You don't like Nazi, you think that's too extreme? Fine. Fascists. Authoritarians. Come up with any term you like. National conservatives. I don't fucking care.
Monarchists.
At the end of the day, they are doing Nazi salutes. They are hitting their chest and throwing out their hand in a palm, extended out into the air like an arrow, pointed at their enemies. If that's not a Nazi salute, I don't know what is. And they seem to keep saying this line from what Elon did the first time, "My heart goes out to you." So I have a bold prediction. It's not a very important prediction, but a bold one. I think in 20, 30 years when this is all over, "My heart goes out to you" is going to be viewed as our version of Sieg Heil. Because what does Sieg Heil mean? In German, it means Hail Victory. It's a pretty banal, sort of meaningless, dumb statement, but it kind of riles the blood for a certain type of person. And I think "My heart goes out to you" is very similar. If not, then it's their stupid slogan of "fight, fight, fight," which, it sounds so stupid. But so does Hail Victory. Hail Victory. Oh wow, you're gonna hail a victory. How creative and original. You're gonna hail a victory, are you? Well, wow. Next, are you gonna applaud an innovation? Crazy. But It's that kind of really dumbed down language, which can turn into a slogan and can become the backbone of a movement. We have been going here since 2017, since Charlottesville. There is a reason that despite Gaza and despite Democrats fairly, I don't actually think it was very weak, but perceived as a weak response to the kind of crazy, like, pro-Hamas protesters, despite that, despite that, Jews are the only ethnic group that voted more for Democrats in 2024 than in 2020. And it was some crazy number like 86 or 88%. Why is that? Because all of us remember the Holocaust, and all of us remember how that started, and all of us now remember Charlottesville, because that is how the Holocaust started. A bunch of crazy extremists marching in the street and being supported, or at least not directly opposed, by the government. Again, power is afraid of us. Power wants us to lay down and surrender. When people come out into the streets and start hitting fascists, or even just protesting against them, it inspires fear, and they are more afraid of protesting again, of showing their faces in public, of letting people know who they are. But when, if we had Hillary in office in 2017, that rally probably still would have happened. Or, maybe not. Let's say that it did. You can just imagine her response, right? I can just write it on the fly. I unequivocally, I don't know why I'm doing like the Biden voice, whatever. I unequivocally condemn Nazism, fascism, racism, whatever, in all its forms. I unequivocally denounce these fascist protesters, the ideas of the failed ideas of the old world have no place. And this is more Biden than Hillary, whatever. The failed ideas of the old world have no place in the United States, which is built on diversity and multiculturalism and pluralism and tolerance. Even just a statement like that from the Commander-in-Chief, who, remember, is the Commander-in-Chief and commands the military, and if there is a Nazi uprising, can just crush them. Again, the implicit threat of violence, which can be wielded for good. If the Commander-in-Chief goes out there and says that, as every single one before Trump has, the Nazis are afraid. They won't ever admit it, even to themselves, but they're afraid. They know they can't be out in the open too much, or they will be met with violence, with retribution, to counteract their own violence. But when the Commander-in-Chief says, he doesn't even say that they're great. He says, there were fine people on both sides. So suddenly they've been normalized. They're not the crazy extremists. They're just not quite us, but they're not the worst. That's what that's saying. And I didn't understand that myself when that happened. I used to think, oh, but he said there were fine people on both sides, so he's saying, like, the left isn't that bad either. That's how I used to think when I was younger and a little bit dumber. I'm still young and still dumb, but not as much. What it says to the Nazis is, oh, we're okay. We can peek out of our little bunker and see what the upper world looks like. But they don't deserve to. We should not give Nazis and fascists and racists that chance at showing their faces. They should be afraid. They should be afraid to show their faces. But they're not anymore. They're out there in the open. They're saluting. Sieg Heiling. My heart goes out to you. Please. We are fighting a Nazi movement. Why am I talking so much about violence? Because again, power at its end is violence made manifest. We have tried very hard to avoid violence having to be used, but eventually, sometimes it has to be. And now, the people who were chanting, "The Jews will not replace us," and I actually don't know if I can say this word on stream. Let's say gas the cakes. Those of you who know what I'm saying know what I'm saying. But that is what they were saying at Charlottesville.
We have an agenda against bakery products? Shock horror!
You know exactly what I'm trying to say. I just don't want to get fucking taken off YouTube. But
listen, if I didn't interject some form of humor into this, I think all of us were going to die.
Of depression? Yeah, probably. But these people were in the streets of a major American city. Well, not major, but an American city, a college town at that. University of Virginia, I believe, is headquartered there. Marching in the streets, carrying Confederate flags and swastikas, and other crazy far-right symbols. The black sun is a pretty prominent one nowadays. Chanting, "The Jews will not replace us," and "Gas the Jews." And they're fine people. Sure, you can equivocate and go, oh, but Trump, he said some fine people, he was referring to the people who weren't carrying Nazi symbols, blah, 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 blah. And people still do that. People are still equivocating. But Elon's just autistic. He doesn't know what he was doing. Yes, he knows what he was doing. And even if he doesn't, the fact that he did not immediately publicly state, "No, guys, that wasn't a Nazi salute. I didn't mean for it to look like that. I'm sorry that it did." If that happened, that would have been fine. I mean, not fine, but, like, not a big deal. Like, okay, it was a mistake. It happens. Dumb mistake. Stupid mistake. But whatever. Like, okay, it happens. But no, he started making Nazi-based puns on Twitter. That is not a person who isn't a Nazi. That is a person who is a Nazi, or at least Nazi-adjacent. It's not the fringe anymore. It's half the country, or I don't think it's half the population, but it's half the political power. It's one of the two major parties. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, that was the light part of this section. Let's get into business. Welcome to the new American monarchy. A term that I don't know if I coined, but I can't really find anywhere else. Neo-monarchy. Where a leader serves for life, implicitly has the blessing of God, passes down power hereditarily, and is not beholden to any sort of civilian government. That is a monarch. That is the definition of a monarch. There are 3 of these neo-monarchies that I am aware of. I'm sure there's more, but 3 that I know of. There's Belarus, where President Alexander Lukashenko has been in power for, I think, 30 years, and he has been grooming his son to succeed him once he dies. There's Azerbaijan, where Heydar Aliyev was the first or second president after independence from the Soviet Union. He was elected in 1993. He served for a decade or 2. He was succeeded by his son, Ilham Aliyev, who is still the president of Azerbaijan. And his son, named after his father, Heydar Aliyev II, you could say, if you don't mind the monarchy pun. Heydar Aliyev II is the current vice president of Azerbaijan. Once more, the current vice president of Azerbaijan is the son of the current president of Azerbaijan. And the third one is the most obvious one that you all probably know about, which is North Korea, which has been ruled by the Kim family for 3 generations now, since the 1950s. Since 1948, I think. Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un. The 3 monarchs of the Korean neo-monarchy. Now, none of them call themselves kings. It's President Lukashenko, President Aliyev, and General Secretary Kim Jong-un. They don't call themselves kings. But in every practical sense, they are kings. Now, let's be very clear. Donald Trump is not going to leave office. Willingly. Ever. Until he dies. He is 78, I believe, or 79, I think 78 years old. He's old as shit. And he's not in good health. But you know what? In, like, 2 weeks, my grandma is going to turn 90. She has been completely mentally gone and checked out for like at least 5 years, and she's still in as good health as you could expect any 90-year-old to be. She is likely going to live another 10 years, which is horrifying for us because she is totally bananas with Alzheimer's disease. She is functionally brain dead, but her body is alive. And Trump is not a iron fist kind of monarch. Maybe he was in his first term or wanted to be, but his mental faculties have gone so much in the last 8 years that he is a mad king or a child monarch, whichever you prefer. He is ruled, he is the puppet of greater powers. So in this case of Elon Musk and J.D. Vance and the people at Project 2025 or the Heritage Foundation, that is to say, and whoever else is the current broker of power. But he is... Well, that's lovely. Hang on a second. I haven't touched that in a while. Anyway, something fell. Don't worry about it. Anyway, okay. He is a child monarch. He doesn't need to be all there because the power isn't being wielded by him anyway. He is there to embody the power, not to wield it. It is wielded by Elon Musk and the people at the Heritage Foundation and J.D. Vance. It is not wielded by Trump, and it doesn't need to be. All they need to do is keep his corpse alive for as long as they can. And after he is dead, they are already grooming Don Jr. and eventually Baron von Trump, his youngest son, his only son with his current wife Melania, to succeed him. That is a monarchy. Rule for life, not beholden to civilian government, passed down through bloodlines. On my Twitter, I have the flag of Virginia pinned with the words Sic Semper Tyrannis, thus always to tyrants, which is also the title of the Star Wars video, long in the making and soon to be completed, soon to be published. It is supposed to have originally been said when the king of the Roman kingdom in the 500 BC was overthrown. When Caesar was assassinated, Brutus reportedly said the same thing. Likely apocryphal, but that's the story. It was also used by John Wilkes Booth, supposedly after shooting Lincoln, which I don't necessarily agree that Lincoln was a tyrant, or that John Wilkes Booth was right about anything, but the point stands. It has long been a phrase opposing monarchs, opposing tyrants. You know what? This country was founded on the rejection of tyranny and the rejection of monarchy. If we have to fight monarchy again, we'll do it. I titled this stream Welcome to the New American Monarchy, and I came up with it on the fly. But they've been saying for many years that America is a republic, not a democracy. And, okay, fine. I mean, it's a dumb statement, because what if we are just both? A constitutional republic. All a republic means is not a monarchy. Every non-monarchy is a republic by definition, which is kind of strange, but when you take into account the context of when that word was created, when every other government was ruled by monarchs, it kind of makes sense. China is a republic. It's a dictatorship, but it's a republic. We happen to be both a democracy and a republic, a democratic republic. But fine, okay, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. Let's go with that logic. Then how can they justify a king? And by the way, this is not speculation alone. I am not saying this out of pure conjecture. I am saying this because they themselves are openly, unabashedly talking about this. And I'm going to pull up some articles and some clips here. Let's see. I'm trying to find the... There's a video where he says it. Here it is. Here's one. Let me... Here we go.
The future of America is MAGA. And the future of MAGA is Donald J. Trump. We want Trump in 28. That's what they can't stand. A man like Trump comes along only once or twice in a country's history, right? We want Trump. We want Trump.
And I guess the audio cuts off there. There's Bannon, one of his main political strategists. I don't want to watch a 14-minute clip. I'm trying to find... I want to find a shorter version of this, but here.
Hello there, everyone. I am Shane
This is at the Conservative Political Action Conference 5 days ago.
Trejo. I am the campaign lead for the Third Term Project. So our stated goal is to ensure that President Trump...
By the way, if it wasn't obvious enough, the Caesar imagery and the crown atop the eagle
can get the third term that we believe the public demands that he receive. Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee has introduced a constitutional amendment that would amend the Constitution to allow President Trump to get a third term. Mark Avagno, a legal expert, will be explaining kind of the basis of how that works after I give my brief statement today. But we believe that the public needs a third term from President Trump. What he's doing already at warp speed with Doge and with making the government more efficient, going to battle with the bureaucracy, the permanent bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. That has lorded over us and strangled the economy for so long. This has been such a scourge for the American people. Trump is going to battle with them, and he's making incredible strides. But the forces of evil that he's going to war against are not going to go away. They might be dormant for a while, but they're going to be waiting to get right back in there as soon as President Trump is out of office. So we believe that with a third term, he'll be able to remake the government. He'll be able to take a wrecking ball to the bureaucracy, to the different, to the networks that operate behind the bureaucracy, and for generations to come, it will make the necessary change. Stop the deep state, stop the institutional bureaucracy, stop the administrative state, and restore freedom to the people. So that's the idea here that we're pushing with the Third Term Project. Go to thirdtermproject.com for more information. And I'm just going to have Mark Avagno, our legal expert, talk a little bit about...
we don't need to listen to this, but it's long, as you can see. But it's not subtle. Liberals have been saying this since 2016, and I'm a liberal, but I always thought it was a little much. He's a Russian asset. He wants to be a dictator. Come on. He's not great, but he's not that bad. Only every single prediction that liberals have made since 2015 has been correct. They have not been wrong once. Every single time. If you're a betting man, and you bet on Trump doing something bad in order to increase his own power and wealth and prestige, you're going to bat 1,000. You're always going to be more or less correct with a guess like that. I remember whenever in 2020 that I said that Trump is not going to leave office and that he is going to try to overturn the election results if he loses. I remember saying that in the summer or fall of 2020. Because I wasn't always as anti-Trump. I never liked him, but I didn't hate him the way I do now. Until I had a moment when my eyes were kind of opened. It was June 1st, 2020, when in Lafayette Square outside the White House, there was a peaceful protest against police brutality. This was part of the wave of protests over the wrongful killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, or one of the Twin Cities in Minnesota. There were a lot of violent protests going on at the time. I was against them now. I was against them then. I'm against them now. But this particular protest outside the White House was peaceful. They were standing in a line and holding up signs and chanting. Peaceful protest. Trump wanted to go and get a photo op at St. John's Church holding up the fucking Bible. So he sent in, I only don't remember if it was the military or the National Guard. I think it was the National Guard. They tear-gassed these peaceful protesters. They beat them and forced them out. Forced, literally, with force, with violence. And that was the moment that I realized, oh, he's not just a bad president. He's not interested in president. He's interested in dictator for life. And when he loses in November, he won't back down. And I kept saying this to people, and they're like, how is that possible? It's not going to happen. Come on, you're being too alarmist. The only two people I know who made the same prediction were my dad and probably my mom. I don't think I talked to her about it, but my dad, I remember very concretely saying that. We told you so. We were right. Trump wants to be a king. Now, the only thing I'm not sure is if he himself has actually talked about 2020. I think he has, but I need to confirm that, so hang on. Trump talks about running in 2028. That was back in, that's a different thing. Here. What is that?
President Donald Trump has once again raised the prospect of serving an unconstitutional third term.
Should I run again? You tell me.
Oh yes,
Hours
I did see
later,
this.
his former advisor Steve Bannon brought up the same idea at CPAC.
We just saw that. I want to see if we can... no, that was from, again, September. He said he wouldn't run in 2028 if he lost in 2024, but of course, you know. Yeah, but point is, he is running again if he lives that long. He is going to keep running indefinitely until he's defeated decisively. Between Long Live the King and that fucking picture with him with a crown on, another tweet he made where he was... I don't know where this is from, but supposedly it's a quote from Napoleon, only it's not a quote from Napoleon. It's a made-up quote from like a movie or something. But he said, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." Horrible phrasing, but if it's Napoleon, you could assume it's French originally. But that's not how Trump talks, which is what I'm talking about there. He's a child monarch. He is a figurehead for greater powers to use. You can tell me there's 36 of you. What the hell? How do we jump that? Welcome aboard, newcomers, if it's not just a glitch in the system telling you the wrong number. But there's at least 30 of you that I've been seeing in here. Oh. My internet has started to have problems again, so it's a good thing we're nearing the end. Remember when those kings to insult them? Precisely. So to the 20 to 40 of you that there are, some of you are definitely thinking, oh, come on. It can't be that bad. There's no way they're actually... Repeal term limits via the 22nd Amendment. There's no way that they're actually going to do this. They're gonna do it. They're doing it now. And they're gonna keep doing it. They're not interested in engaging in politics as we understand them. They're not interested in the Constitution. They're not interested in civil rights. They're not interested in democratic institutions. They're not interested in checks and balances. They want a monarchy. And until these motherfuckers... I did say I'd start swearing by the end of the stream. My patience has expired. So long as these motherfuckers are in power, I am going to keep saying this. So long as I keep being given reason to, I'm going to keep calling them kings. And I call Elon the fucking Grand Vizier. Jafar from Aladdin. So long as they keep behaving this way, and so long as they remain in power, yes, it's King Trump, it's Grand Vizier Elon. It's advisors John Thune and Mike Johnson. It's Prince J.D. Vance. Because that is exactly what's happening. Deny it, defend it, hide from it, but you can't hide from reality. We're here. We live here now. We are not having a Republican Party anymore. And maybe, if they do end up winning, if we can't get them out of power, if they do actually succeed at finally, after 250 years, turning America into a monarchy, which we have fought against for centuries, then one day, assuming it continues to exist, assuming it has a reason to continue existing, the Republican Party will probably rename itself if they hold on to power for long enough. Because eventually, it will hit them somewhere on the inside psychologically, it's going to hit them that they don't support republics, and they will change their name from the Republican Party to, I don't know, the America Party or some dumb shit like that. That doesn't matter, whatever they choose to call themselves. But they're not a Republican Party anymore. The most, midwit, kind of Dunning-Kruger understanding of American politics is, they're the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The Democratic Party wants more democracy, while the Republican Party wants us to have a little less democracy and be more of a representative republic, as if we can't be both a democracy and a representative republic. That is how I used to understand politics when I was 14, and I thought I was really smart. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. This is logical. This checks out. I feel smart. But no, they're kind of dumb names. Democrat doesn't mean anything, and neither does Republican. Not in their current forms. But, at the very least, you can say Democrats stand for democracy. Shit, they never shut up about it. Democrats do stand for democracy. Democrats do defend the Constitution. They do defend voting rights. They do defend popular sovereignty. The Republican Party does not. The Republican Party is the fascist party, the monarchy party, the autocracy party, the tyranny party. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't care about the terminology. People bitch and whine about the terminology forever and ever. Oh, we can't call it fascist. That was Jon Stewart's complaint. Because that doesn't mean anything anymore. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything anymore. But here's the thing about the Boy Who Cried Wolf story. One of the lessons of that story, and the one that we all take away, is that, if you keep crying wolf when there is no wolf, then nobody will believe you when there actually is one. There is an element of that going on right now. But here's the thing. At the end of The Boy Who Cried Wolf, there's an actual wolf, who presumably then eats him. Well, here's our wolf, who's coming to devour us. Swallow up our Constitution. Swallow up our people. Swallow up our country. And turn us into something unrecognizable. The Boy Who Cried Wolf ended up being right. He was just right too early. He exaggerated, he degraded his credibility, and he ended up being eaten because nobody believed him when there was an actual wolf. You could make that argument. You could say Democrats have been calling Republicans fascists forever. I don't actually think that's true. I've never seen evidence for it. But that's what people say. Okay, fine. Let's just say that's true. Okay, fine. Sure, why the hell not? We called Romney a fascist. We didn't. But let's say we did, for the sake of argument. Fine. Okay, yeah, we would have been wrong then. But now we're not. Now, there are actual fascists running the government. Wilson, anything to add before we get on to the last point and wrap it up?
No, I believe not. You have said all that there need to be saying.
Then I'll let you do the next point.
So, there has been a lot of, let's not beat around the bush, depression in this stream. A lot of doomsaying. There's a lot of, this is what's been going on. And these are how the structures of power who are meant to safeguard democracy are being exploited or ignored. And when we were making the checklist for what we were going to do during this stream, it became very apparent that we couldn't just let it in like this. We just couldn't. Guys, ladies, gentlemen, we need to know, what should we do to combat all that? If you want to call this the call to action part of the stream, sure, go ahead, do it. I don't care. But what should we do? What should you do? But most importantly, what should Democrat leadership do? Because I'll tell you what they're not doing. Giving a damn. 2 weeks ago, when all this shit was starting to go down, Hakeem Jeffries, minority leader for the House, expressed his exacerbation. He was livid at his own base, at Democrats, because they were telling him to do his job. He's thrown in the towel to the Republicans. He and most of the other moderates. Well, the Republicans have the House and the Senate and the President. There's not a whole lot that we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, if the shoe was on the other foot, do you think the Republicans would take this line down? No. They'd be going lawsuits, filibuster, this and that. Jacob talked earlier in the stream about how normally the opposition compromises to make sure that there is an effective government. Republicans have not done that since Reagan. Republicans do not compromise when a Democrat is in charge. They dig their heels, filibuster, stick their thumbs in their ear, and waggle their fingers about, nah, 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 nah. You can't get us to do anything. My grandfather has seen it. Jacob's dad has seen it. And now we're seeing it. In its most recent, I wouldn't say final, but its most recent and disgusting form. To the point where now, the people who are acting that childish are in charge of our government. And rather than the Democrats chanting their fight songs and saying we will not give in to oppression as the government is literally deconstructed around them, they give up. They throw in the towel. Hell, the only people who are actually doing anything, by our assessment, at the very least in the early days, were the progressives. Were the Sanders and the AOCs, who are used to fighting the government and the establishment, and the leftist side of the drain the swamp rhetoric that had been going on for the better part of a decade and a half. Because they're used to it. We've already said multiple times it's weird for us to be agreeing with Bernie Sanders and AOC specifically. I mean, I was a Bernie bro back then, and I kind of still am, but I'm mostly just a liberal who wants the government to work. But here's the deal, guys. Authoritarianism, power is informed by its limits by those who it intends to oppress. So by our leadership doing nothing, we are giving a green light, full steam ahead, all ahead full, to our oppressors. here's our call to action. Here's what we believe needs to happen. Democrat leadership needs to go, needs to walk out the door. You don't want to fight, you want to complain, fine, tender your resignation, leave, don't seek re-election. Because we don't need that kind of crap right now. We don't need people who are afraid of being called hypocrites because they're willing to fight the good fight. We need the people who are going to be called hypocrites. We need the people who are rhetoricists, who are able to go out and speak and have voices that the electorate would say, man, I could listen to this guy for hours. We don't need people who are willing to throw in the towel at the first sign of failure. We need people who can regroup, rearm, refuel, and get back out into the fight. And our current leadership ain't it. And I would argue hasn't been it since Obama. Biden was great. Biden's probably the last progressive that we'll ever have in our lifetimes. Because like the SPD in Germany, our progressives got thrashed this election. But they are the ones who are fighting. And the ones with common sense are nowhere to be found. They're throwing in the towel. They're cozying up to Trump. We had protests all across the country. They called them the 50-51 protests, and they happened
twice so far. There will be more.
Twice so far.
There's one on February 5th, and there was one on President's Day, which was called No Kings on President's Day. Those were good. They're not good enough, but they're the inkling of good enough. 50-51 called that because 50 states... I never remember the slogan. They need a better slogan. 50 protests, 50 states, one day. It's good. It's not good enough.
It's a start, guys. Hell, I seen some in my hometown of bumfuck nowhere northeast Arkansas. I was so happy. This is what we need more of. And we need more of it today. We don't need to wait around. And by our inaction and our apathy as leftists, like liberals and us generally are wont to do, we do not need to let our apathy inform our oppressors of how far they're willing to go before we finally decide to get up and do something. We need to get up and do something yesterday. And rather than just kind of fruitlessly shouting into the void that we need to do something, the realists that Arken and I are decided to sit down and think, what can we actually do? What actually needs to be done? What can you and I do? And that's what I'd like to talk about here right now. Getting kind of into the final parts of the stream here. Guys, if you live in blue states, if you have the ability to contact your congressman, and they're blue, do it. Because Democratic leadership has been so woefully out of touch with what their electorate wants. It has been one of the greatest talking points of libertarians, moderates, independents, or moderate right conservatives. Democrats don't care. Who remembers the it wasn't the MS-13, it was the Venezuelan gangs who took over some places in Colorado. And some people made the big stink about the Hells Angels might go and have a turf war about them just to get them out of the country. It was a blue city, blue state. Democrats were hammered at being too light on the border. How much was Gavin Newsom thrashed over the most recent wildfires? And every mayor of every blue city in the fires past
path. Blaming this or that or whatever, just as a cheap shot to Democrats. Oh, well, they're letting this happen. They just let this happen. We should... Never in my life have I seen congressional Republicans whose states rely on disaster relief try to attach conditions to disaster relief to blue states and blue cities to try and blame the people who are living there for what has befallen them. It's not exactly the blue leadership's fault, but it's what they're criticized on. Constantly. It's the right's favorite talking point. Blue people don't care about their communities enough. The Democrats need to show the flag, man. Our policies are good. They could be better. But substance is not what wins elections. Jacob said this a lot when him and I were just talking, shell-shocked over what happened during the last election. It was a lot of reality is perception. Reality isn't reality. If you can make people believe that something is true, it won't matter if that actually is. The leadership needs to get in touch with their base. They need to look at the issues, and I will kind of boldly, or not boldly, say that it isn't necessarily for Jacob and I to speculate on what those issues are. We tried to last night, kind of didn't go anywhere. We kind of disagreed, and I don't want to disagree with him to that scale in public, especially because we don't need a disagreement in a call for Democrat Party unity, which is what this is, right? The Democrats need to be more aware as to how their base feels and functions, because center-left and leftists are people who don't go out and vote. They are the people, they are the class of political apathy and privilege. They are the people who will keyboard warrior this or that, but whenever it's time to go in and place the vote, they will hinge on one thing or another and not actually go out.
I want to interject regarding protests. I could go find the tweet, but I can't be bothered, so you'll have to take my word for it. But I remember, I've seen more than once, where leftists will be, the far left will be asked why they are so eager to protest like Biden or Kamala, but fail to show up when it's Trump. You know what they respond? They say, well, but we're minorities, and we're queer, and we're disabled, and we're this, and we're that, and they'll hurt us, oh no. In other words, they are only willing to protest the people who they're certain aren't going to hurt them. Which sort of tells the whole story, doesn't it? The left is afraid of fighting because they think they're going to get hurt. Yeah, you're going to get hurt. You say you want a revolution, do you? Well, you know.
Revolutions are violent, bloody affairs and not for the faint of heart.
Like I said, I'm not a revolutionary, but I am a do-somethingist. I am a go out there and shout on the fucking street corner like a Jehovah's Witness. I don't care what you do. If you post on social media, fine. If you go and wave signs outside, fine. If you buy a loudspeaker and go to a busy street corner and wave an American flag and shout about how Trump is a monarch who is trying to destroy the Constitution, fine. I don't care what you do. Just do something. Anything. And of course, when the time comes, Vote, damn it. Vote, not for the Green Party, or the Peace and Freedom Party. You don't know who they are. They're our socialist party in California. Not for whatever fucking third-party candidate perfectly tailored to your policy preferences who never has any chance of winning. Vote for the goddamn Democrats, or whoever is the front runner against Trump. Likely the Democrats.
Vote for the people who have a track record of standing up against Republicans and saying to dismantle our government, dismantle our institutions, dismantle our working class, and feed the rich and the billionaires tax cut after tax cut because they are my buddies. So this is where we come to you. This is where we come to what can we do? What needs to be done? For Jacob and myself, it is imploring the 30 of you that are still here. Take up the mantle. Be rhetoricists. Go out. Talk to Republicans in real life. Talk to people you know of. Try your hardest to convince them. I will implore Jacob to add a link to a YouTube channel that I used to love a lot, and I know he used to love, by the name of Counter Arguments, which is a YouTube channel that is entirely based around the art of making a sound argument and trying to change people's minds. He is an excellent rhetoricist, and though his channel still exists, he has disappeared since the start of COVID, and I'm very sad because I could use him right now. He was a great guy. I appeared on his live streams a lot, actually. It was great. But anyway, find resources to improve your argumentative skills. Point out the strawmans. Point out the calls for emotion. Point out the hypocrisy. Inject it with your own. Become a thing people will talk about. Do not be ignored. Our job, Jacob and I's job, with this platform that he has been so graciously gifted by members of the public like yourself, is to implore you all to do something, is to get you inspired. We will be doing so in the coming weeks and the coming months. I, for myself, am becoming a lot more interested and active in my local city's politics. I am not a revolutionary, but hell, I can only do so much on this channel here, so long as Jacob will have me, and I think he will have me for a long time.
Probably.
But the point is that there's always more that we can do. You just have to figure out what it is. For me and Jacob, it's sitting here and telling you all, to paraphrase, fight, fight, fight. Fuck it.
If
Work
it
for
works,
them.
it works.
It worked for us. He said it before in the show. We're realists.
Pragmatists, I'd prefer the term, but same thing, really.
Some of us can't talk to Republicans in real life. That might be because you all don't exist in this country. If you are a foreigner, there's very little that you can do other than engage and remain engaged.
I'll disagree. There's something you can do, not directly, but in your own country. The same thing we're saying applies to you regardless of where you live. Even if your government is not fascist assholes who are trying to dismantle democracy, which for most internationals, in Europe and Australia and Canada and such, it won't be. But keep fighting. Keep maintaining then, if you have already won that battle, if you're still on the winning side, make sure you stay on the winning side. Do not allow threats to democracy to exist. Quash them. You learn that there's a neo-Nazi protest or something to that effect in your city, you organize, whether it's your family or your friend group or your neighborhood or your school or your workplace, whatever social group you happen to belong to, you go and you organize and you counter-protest and you shout them the fuck down. And you make sure that your government maintains its own democracy, maintains your rights, stands up against authoritarians abroad, and for so long as America's government has abdicated its responsibility to the world, tries to fill our shoes. So yes, there is something you can do internationally. Not the same things we can do, but there is something you can do. I am a do-somethingist, universally.
We, for the first time, there are citizens of the United States that are asking our partners abroad, help us. Please. We need it.
Badly. There is a million things you can do, but just a list of realistic things that each and every one of you, at least who live in the United States, can do. So here it is. Call your damn congressman. I am a hypocrite because I've not done that myself. I'm kind of tempted to actually stream that, only the thing is it could be a very short call, so I'm not sure.
I would, but my congressmen are Rick Crawford and Tom Cotton.
Hang on.
And if you don't know who those guys are...
I ain't done. We'll get to you. Call your representative in Congress. You're represented by 3 people in Congress, 2 senators and 1 local representative. Call both of your senators and your congressional representative. If they are a Democrat, light a goddamn fire under their ass and get them to fight. If they are a Republican, you can try to reason with them. You can try to convince them that their constituents don't like what they're doing, or you can just plain shout at them. It doesn't matter. Talk to them. If you can. If that is something you're able to do, if they will answer your call, do it.
Do not be politically apathetic.
At least try. So call your congresspeople. I'm going to do that myself. At some point. I want to actually, probably not for a few weeks, because I have a crazy busy schedule trying to finish this Star Wars video. Taking these hours out today has been quite detrimental to the work on that video, so... But after that, I intend to do that at some point. So call your congressman, urge them to do something, to do the right thing, by you, the constituency. So that's number 1. Number 2, when there are protests in your city, go and attend them. At the very bare minimum, go and signal boost them on social media.
Yeah, go out, talk to them. Let them know that they are supported. Even if it is the bare minimum of driving by and honking their horn because you're a socially anxious little creature and you don't want to get out and talk to people. Let them know their efforts are not in vain.
You know,
they will be ecstatic.
This is funny. I was kind of radicalized to this position by a couple of very unassuming-looking Kamala supporters. When I lived in San Luis Obispo, I went to interview the chairman of the San Luis Obispo Democratic Party, and after I finished with that, I was going to my car, and then I saw a couple of the people from the local Democratic Party office waving signs and flags, and I didn't include them in my story, but I wanted to talk to them to satisfy my own curiosity, and I did. And what they said, I don't remember exactly their words, but they basically said, like, yeah, you know, we're out here doing what little we can. Probably won't mean anything, but hey, we're here, we have a voice, we'll use it. What do we have to lose? I'm probably making that sound a little more poetic than what they actually said, especially because it was on a very busy thoroughfare and I barely heard a word they said. But that was the gist of it. Do something. Anything.
Do something.
And you know what? If you're really afraid of any of those things, here's something every last one of you can do. Make a plan. Make a plan either to leave the country when things get bad enough or to stay and fight in that event. And talk to people in your life, especially people that you either think or know are on your side and agree with you and are against the regime. And I'm going to call them the regime from now on. talk to them, get their perspective. If they're apathetic, try to bring them over to this perspective that we are expressing now. Try to get them to do something. And build communities. Mutual support is a term that, like, anarchists and Green Party types really like to use, and it's this very cozy, comfy, cutesy little idea that, oh, and we'll all help each other and we'll all support each other, and that's how we abolish the government. It's this, like, really stupid, idealistic, leftist idea. But there is some meager value to it. There is value to, yeah, like, talk to your neighbors or your parents or your siblings or your teachers, whatever, and form networks of people that you trust. One of my friends, I won't say too much for reasons that will make themselves obvious, but one of my friends is working on creating a, let's be very vague, a way to remain in contact with myself and other people from his friend group in a way that can't be traced by any snooping, federal agents. And it sounds like paranoia, right? Because that's the kind of shit that, like, doomsday preppers have been doing for years. But we're there now. Again, the end of the story does actually have a wolf eating all the sheep. We're there now. So that's what he's doing, right? Arm yourself. Not because you want to fight, but if you have to. You probably won't. Just in case. It won't hurt just to be ready, right? Arm yourself.
Be armed
Learn,
and train. Train and keep your weapons in good order.
Learn to fight. And I mean physically fight. Fight with weapons, fight with fists, fight with blunt objects, I don't care. Fight. Physically. You probably won't need it, and you should wait to deploy it until the last available moment. But just in case. Just in that tiny possibility. Be ready for that. And form networks of people you trust. People that you can talk to. People you can lean on in hard times. Because, man, this shit's depressing. Down. This shit crushes your soul.
And your physical.
What fascism wants more than anything else, what power, I keep using the word power, because that's what fascism is. Fascism is power given ideological expression. It is pressing on the nerve of power, as Orwell put it. And what fascism wants is your submission, your surrender to what you perceive as inevitable. It's not inevitable. Change is possible. The form it will take and how long it will take, I don't know. No one does. You gotta try. Authority is brittle. Oppression is the mask of fear. Remember that. The day will come when all these skirmishes and battles, these moments of defiance, will have flooded the banks of the fascists' authority, and then there will be one too many. One single thing will break the siege. Remember, try. I paraphrased Andor there, and there's a reason for that. That manifesto is my manifesto. I'm not going to try to put it in my own words because I couldn't say it better myself. Caleb Calvin, who has been a viewer of this channel, by the way, I think since my very first video, or if not my first, then one of the first few, back when I had like 100 or 200 subscribers, one of the real OGs. Caleb Calvin, I won't say he's a friend exactly, because I don't know him very well, but a name I recognize, a person who's been there from the start, and he's still here. He said something very critical that I want to amplify. Don't let them rob you of your joy. Life is meant to be lived. Life is meant to be enjoyed. You want to know the meaning of life? There isn't one. But there is a point to it, and that's to enjoy it. To live the best, happiest, most moral life you can. To enjoy the things that the world has to offer. Fascism power, monarchy, whatever you want to call it, autocracy, totalitarianism, power seeks to crush your spirit. Because if your spirit is crushed, you won't fight. That is the story of 1984. They have guns and bombs. They can violently put down any protest, but they don't need to because they've crushed the people's spirits. And the few people who are left that do resist get sent to the Ministry of Love and have their spirits crushed for them. More than anything else, do not let them rob you of your joy. This was something Kamala hit on in her campaign that I think was kind of a few months ahead of her time. She kept saying, I am a joyful warrior. And it's cringy. Yeah, whatever. But she was right. Be a joyful warrior. Fight. Live. Breathe. Fuck, if that's your inclination. And
live despite the trauma.
Live. My internet reconnection successful. My internet reconnection successful. We managed to do it. Okay, let's finish it up quickly before the stream. Managed to do it. Okay, let's finish it up quickly before the stream collapses. Stream collapses.
Yeah. So
if you can't fight,
let's
then at
cap
least
this off, and then I think it's time to call it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Be quick, because the stream's about to crash.
Yeah. If you can't fight, at least live. But there is an idea. Yeah. If you can't fight, at least live. But there is an idea of what can be done. Make your representatives hear you. Let. They say in the streams collide, but they're trying. Do what you all can. Don't do nothing. Don't let them rob you of your joy. Guys, we are in a constitutional crisis. We have been in one. The beginning of this mess. But the only way out is through now. Institutions will collapse every day, and you can't despair. Despite every inclination, despair. Despite every inclination to do so. That's the word from Arken American Productions. Be the joyful warrior. Be the bug they can't crush. Be the snake they can't step on. Be your best self.
There's
Protect
a
yourself.
Song from the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising that I think about a lot. It's called... I'm trying to find the lyrics. Just give me a second. YiddishBookCenter.org. Work with me. Oh, that's not helpful. The song is called Zognit Kainmol, which is Yiddish, meaning... I don't speak Yiddish. Meaning never say, which is the first line of the song. And I'd like to read part of it to you all. Let me find... there's different translations, and there's one that I like and one that I don't. I've wanted to put this in a video for years. Gotta get this up before the stream collapses. Never say that you have reached the very end, when leaden skies a bitter future may portend, for sure the hour for which we yearn will yet arrive, and our marching step will thunder we survive. That is the first verse of that. I know it in Yiddish too. And that last line, we survive, can also be translated from Yiddish as we are here. Mir seinen do. M-I-R, I'll type it out in chat, because I don't want to say it all out on the... I believe I had this, or maybe still do, on my Twitter bio. I don't anymore, but I used to have it on my Twitter bio. Mir seinen do, which is Yiddish for we are here. We're here. Don't ever say that you've reached the end until you're dead. The end is when you die. Whether that is a physical death or a spiritual or moral death, whatever you want to call that. Whether that is the death of your spirit, of your will to fight, or of your body. It's not over until either your physical body is dead or until you give up. So long as one person remains who fights, power is not absolute. Living is resistance. I talked about 1984. 1984 is a very interesting book. It's very misunderstood because it's so common, like, this is literally 1984, but it's very profound in a lot of ways. The main character, Winston, his love interest, Julia, they don't kill anybody. They don't fire a single shot. They don't attack anyone. They don't commit any terrorist acts. They don't undermine the government in any direct way. All they actually do is just live. They find a place where they think they're alone. Turns out they're not, but they think they are. And all they do is, like, they live. They smuggle in some, like, chocolate or whatever. And coffee. And food. That they don't normally have access to. They, are we still live? I'm going to go ahead and say we are.
We are.
They find these counterfeit products, and they enjoy them. They have a lot of sex. They love each other. And it's pretty weak, not weak love, but a very thin love. It's based on almost nothing. It's based mostly on physical attraction. But that is something that the party has decreed you can't do, so doing it is resistance. Living is resistance because the party has decreed that you have to die. We're not there yet. The party hasn't decreed that you have to die, but that is the logical endpoint of every fascist regime. So don't die. Live. Fight. We're still here, and so long as we're here, there remains the future. Wilson and I were talking yesterday about what I want to do for my next video after this Star Wars one. And I really don't know. But he proposed something to me that I really like, which is sort of a redux of my old video, my best video, Finding Hope in Hopeless Times. That time, it needs to be said again in a different form, through a different lens. And we'll get to that in however many months when I finish that. But do not ever give in. Do not ever despair. Because despair is death. I'm going to call it there. Because at this point I'm going in circles and repeating myself. And I really don't know how much longer OBS can stay alive.
Yeah.
Don't give in.
I want to close out. Ladies and gentlemen, don't give in. I want to close out. Jacob had his piece. The last word that I might want to say is earlier yesterday, as the clock has now ticked over for both of us, an actress that I quite enjoy had something to say. And I think speaking to us, to end divisions, to unite, to fight this nonsense, it speaks. She said, her name is Tabitha St. Germain, and I enjoy her quite a bit. And she said, "We all know that humans are very easy to program. It is one of our defining features. We spend our lives trying to undo the stuff that was baked in when we were in the trance of childhood, and social media puts you in a similar type of trance as well. And the program that is nailing our ass right now is division. And not to be a conspiracy theorist, but it does make us unwhole, and thus weaker and unable to act in unity. So just remember that. People are fundamentally innocent. Look for the reasons to love, not the reasons to other." And that is what I'm going to ask you all to do. We have to unite to stop this. We will. And our passive resistance is to live and to love. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have for you this evening. Thank you for coming to another Fireside Chats with us. We put a lot into this, and it is made possible only through members like you, members who make it through the stream. I want to give you all a round of applause for making it through the, 4 hours of the stream.
4 hours, and
everybody who stuck
we're
around.
at 4 hours and almost 15 minutes here, yeah. 4 hours and 14
I call
minutes.
that a good stream length.
It is a good stream length. I have been trying to do these bi-weekly, and these first 3 have been bi-weekly, every other week. I don't know, because the next Tuesday that I'd be doing this, by the current schedule, is March 11th, which is 4 days before upload time, that I'm planning for the Star Wars video. I will put out a community post about that sometime before the end of the month, so the next couple days. So I don't know if I'm going to keep that schedule just because of the weird stuff going on. I'll try, but we'll see. If not, then it will be sometime within the next month. Till then, watch out for stuff. I have many things coming, many projects, but the one big project, really, that I've been working on.
Indeed.
Watch out for news about that. That's going to have a whole lot to say about...
socials.
Really all 2 of them, yes. Join the Discord server. Most of you are probably from the Discord server, so I don't know if we're going to get anybody. We already got a couple people earlier. But if you haven't, then join up. I have a Twitter account. It's in my channel description thing, whatever. That's about it. That's all the social media I have officially for the channel. And, subscribe if you haven't. Share this around. That's what I'm going to mainly ask for.
Please. The interaction is important for the message that we are trying to spread. And we are trying to spread one of resistance and compassion and doing what is right in spite of the hate and in spite of the everything that is going on, the despair. Right? So, if there's nothing else for us to say, I think Jacob and I need to pay lamentations to the porcelain throne and rest and relax. And you all should too. We thank you all for coming around, and really, sincerely, from the bottom of our hearts, have a good day. Have a good week. Have a good month. Have a good year.
Have a good life, you useless
Goodbye,
bastards. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. I'm very funny and humble.
Have a good night, everyone.